Alright, so I won't necessarily be able to see.
What my favorite
Here we
thing
go.
about the community is?
We're on, guys.
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
They believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
They're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
They're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the Citizencon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they put into, like, their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or...
Machinimas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
About to be another machinima soon.
videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really cool.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
Break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like the gameplay we intend.
people doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team, and so I think it's cool when they show off all their ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Star Citizen. It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like when the community is very detail oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up.
I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone, we're making it with the community.
Still keep fighting us. They really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
It's good they put that in, eh?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Chris Roberts. Ever since I saw Star Wars as a wide-eyed 8-year-old, I dreamt of being a hotshot pilot saving the galaxy, a lovable rogue making my way.
Are we going to get a Squadron trailer?
Inspired me to make Wing Commander and has influenced everything I've done since then. 10 years ago, after 20 years of making games, I never
are
stopped
we?
playing games. And now I'm ready to come back. And I'd like to show you something I've been working on.
I'm wondering if we might have, well.
But I don't want to build any old game. I want to build a universe. I want to build a game I always wanted to build, but I didn't have the tools to do until now. One that you can fly off a carrier fighting heroic war on the front line.
I'm wondering if people might have already seen the trailer.
Find your own fortune in the stars wherever your spaceship takes you. I want to be able to share this experience.
Well, the only reason to show this would be if we are going to get a trailer.
Yeah, because did they say whether or not he was going to be doing a...
Hey Fez, how are you, buddy?
Just woke up. Tired.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning, dude. We're just... We're wondering if we're going to get a Squadron trailer.
Well...
Yep, Big Daddy Chris is up talking.
Yeah, and he's...
10 years ago, I stepped out onto a stage at GDC Online in Austin, Texas, and revealed Star Citizen to the world. We broke.
Wow, we hear from Chris. Fucking put that on your bingo card, boys.
And embarked on a journey with all of you to build the most immersive virtual universe ever conceived. Did say that I'd never been accused of having a small vision all those years ago. Every year since then, we have celebrated our anniversary with what we dubbed Citizencon, a celebration of all of you, our community, without which we would not be here. When I made the original pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game. The first few years was more talk and not as much show, but we managed to release the Hangar module in 2013, Arena Commander in 2014, and the first steps into the persistent universe with Star Citizen Alpha 2.0 at the end of 2015. The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0, which we released at the end of 2017, which allowed players to first step foot on fully realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there we filled out the rest of the standard system from ArcCorp to Microtech and finally Crusader with its floating cloud city of Erasm last year. Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts, with 1.7 million of them having purchased the game. And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing more than ever. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000, and we have peaked at 130,000 several times.
Shit.
This compares
That's good.
to 10,000 back in 2017 and 32,000 last year. But the most amazing stat is someone that logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back in 2017, this was 48 minutes, 64 minutes in 2018, and then jumping to 2 hours in 2019. From there, we've been steadily increasing. In 2022 alone, people have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far. So this is a testimony to the hard work, the development, and our online teams have been doing to make Star Citizen, even in its alpha state, more performant and stable than it's ever been, and the increasing amount of features and content that are available making for viable daily gameplay, even in Star Citizen's alpha state. Cloud Imperium Games has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide, all dedicated to building the most immersive virtual science fiction universe ever. In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City, where we are filming this show from. All of this is down to your patience and support.
Wait, does he mean if he's that they're hiring 500 people, or are they or is that just the current ones that they're moving in?
I guess that would be people moving in.
Everything being explored, consistent, interactable with thousands of players online together, and the visual quality of the biggest AAA games is perhaps the most ambitious goal.
50,000 players per. Was it per day or per week? Jesus Christ.
That's a lot.
Suck on those numbers, EA.
Yeah.
Of the Star Citizen community is the real unwritten headline to our longevity and future. The connections and friends people have made along the way, the events organized inside the game and outside by the various orgs. This year, we've had 140 Bar Citizen events put on around the world, with some of the most recent being in China, South Korea, Singapore, Paris, and Florida.
During a pandemic, mind you.
Yeah, that's like to put that into perspective, that's like twice as many people. That's twice as many people that compared to like what is playing like. Was that daily or was that weekly?
Not sure.
Okay, if it's daily, like to put things into perspective, there's like 25,000 people playing Skyrim right now,
You may have thought it was
according
green
to
screen,
Steam.
we need something a little bigger for where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game in the future. Here's a dedication plaque. The only constant in game development is change. Constellation Phoenix, my favorite ship, prototyped by Roberts Space Industries, commissioned from London Shipyard to Sol 3, launched October 2952, Manchester Starport. Captain Jared Huckabee. That wasn't a deal. You weren't going to be the captain of the ship.
I sent an email.
Oh, that must have gone in my junk folder.
You see?
Okay, well, it's not bad. It's quite a nice little setup here, isn't it?
We've been talking about this on and off since 2015.
I know. I had to do something to get you over to the UK.
He knows what I like. So what do you have?
Well, let's do a science fiction drink. Can you do a pint galactic?
Is he wearing the jacket of Star-Lord
I don't know.
from Marvel?
Yeah, I know it's from, yeah.
It looks like those jackets you can buy at like the industrial stores in Star Citizen, except the colors are different.
Mm.
10 years and beyond. And the community.
Nice set.
Yeah. No kidding.
Voyager.
I mean, you do look like you're a knight of the Roxbury. I don't be a twinsy with you. No. Let me check the rest of the set out. But it's tailored. Looks good on you. Not saying. Oh wow! Look at all these cool artifacts. You got this Hadithian artifact, a bunch of stuff. That's really cool. The Citizencon trophy. Wow.
So this is Jared's new set.
Yeah. That's a hell of a set.
It's like Star Citizen, Saturday Night Live.
I like it.
Man, I love it.
Yeah.
I think we should start the show.
All right, let's start the show. Our first presentation of the day is Planetary Pyro with our good friend Maximilian Kylish from our Frankfurt studio. He's going to take you on a tour of 6 of the neat locations coming in the upcoming Pyro.
Yes.
The first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations of the day.
Yes.
So take it away.
Give Pyro.
Gib.
This is gonna be great.
Fucking eBay ad on the bottom of the screen.
Someone didn't log in.
Not on this side of the screen, no.
Ooh, Pyro 1.
So I have Pyro 1 open already.
Nice.
It's live in engine. This is like the current version of Pyro, so we're still gonna do like a polish pass on it. So not everything is done, but we still wanted to show you what we have so far. So the idea behind Pyro 1 is that it gets hit by solar flares like repeatedly. We got some concept art from the concept art team, and the way that they visualized these solar flare hits was like glowing marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on, so we had to make do with what we could use. So it's not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the blue coming in. Yeah, as you can see, Pyro 1 already has some volumetric clouds. Not
Look
all
at that
of the
storm.
planets have their volumetric clouds yet. So let's jump to one of the blue spots on the planet.
Oh,
Just
nice.
tweak like the sun position a little bit to make it look a bit. And then you can see why it's blue. We added like tons of these crystals to Pyro 1.
Here comes the 30k boys.
But I think we were a bit too. Yeah, we played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put like crystals as ground cover assets. But for Pyro 1, we really wanted to push the shapes. So you can find like these really large crystals here. Heisenberg would be.
Can you mine the crystals?
Presume so. I presume.
Here, lands over there. So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago. They were supposed to be part of like a mission in on a space station. The mission was scrapped, unfortunately, and ever since then this asset set has just been sitting in our like vault. It's a really cool plan set, and I'm happy that we finally found a spot to use them.
Looks good.
This is another spot I want to highlight.
Yeah, is this the one that? Yeah, this is the one where it's supposed to be like really cloudy and stuff, right? Really cloudy with the fogs.
Constantly hit with solar flare.
Yeah, this is the one that gets cooked all the time from the sun.
Yeah, some flares. That's why everything looks like it's dead.
Oh, okay.
More crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of the sets that we made. It's not done yet. It still needs a polish pass. But I wanted to show you guys what it feels like when you're in game, walking around here. Now I want to show you my personal favorite biome of Pyro 1. It's this
nice
biome here, which has these really cool looking rock formations. they are massive in scale. Like if I jump in game here, you get a good feeling for the scale of them. Yeah, it's possible to land your spaceship on them. It's probably really fun to race through here. We can imagine that this is going to be like a nice combat space as well, because they do provide nice cover. Let's just jump to a couple different areas on Pyro 1 before we move to Pyro 2. So now we're on Pyro 2. In comparison to Pyro 1, you can immediately see the planet is like way more colorful. There's more variation in the use and values of the colors. We have like browns and like bone white spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean. So Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be there at release. So now I jump to one of the biomes. What I want to highlight here is the improvements that we made to
looks like Daymar a bit.
spawn on the side of mountains.
Yeah.
That was something that was always quite challenging for us.
Looks like a slightly more hospitable
the terrain
Daymar.
to the geometry, and then also have like
I was gonna say it looks like more like a shithole.
natural way. Now we can make nicer rock formations. It's not quite there yet. There are still improvements planned.
Actually, shit, this looks almost like the canyon part of like Tatooine. In A New Hope, when C-3PO and R2 get zapped.
Greatly improved. So everything you see here in the distance is actual geometry. So if we were to fly all the way over there, you will see that this is.
This looks freaking amazing.
I think it looks really cool.
Yeah.
The silhouette of the terrain. Yeah, let's fly through the canyons. I would do this in a spaceship, but I'm horrible at flying. So
I can't wait to like land a BMM on these fucking planets and just go screwing around on hover bikes.
It's simple, but I think sometimes less is more. In this case, what sets this biome apart from the rest of the planet is that we added these calcified trees, and they spawn in very dense clusters. So you almost get like little forests of them. It's supposed to look very dry and kind of dead, but still in a pretty way. Okay, if we look at it from this angle, what I really like about this biome is the contrast.
Is that water?
Here on the terrain, it's pale, it's dry, but then in the background you have like the nice clear blue ocean. So this is one of the red areas on Pyro 2. It's kind of like a sandy desert, but we try to add like a lot of different geology assets, different mixes of bushes and grasses. So it's not like a dead desert, but it feels kind of lively. And you find like lots of foliage here. We have like these cliffs in the background, which are pretty dark, and it's another nice contrast of this planet, where you have like the saturated red terrain and the dark bedrock. So jumping to this point here, what I want to highlight is the improvements that we made to our ground textures. So previously, like 2-3 years ago, we had to rely a lot on ground cover assets to add geometry and detail that the ground textures alone couldn't give us. But ever since we got terrain displacement, we get like really nice shapes just from the textures alone. And then if you combine it with ground cover assets, yeah, the result is really successful. How things blend together and the amount of detail that you see on the ground. So now we're on Pyro 3. You saw some of it during last year's keynote demo, but I want to use the opportunity to give you like an in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the accent color of Pyro 3. So from this distance you can see through the volumetric clouds like a lot of the yellow coming about what's making it look yellow, which is the moss, and I want to like jump down to the planet surface and show you the amount of detail that you will see when going up close to the moss. So we're down at the surface now. I'm just going to jump in game. A lot of time and effort was spent on making the moss look just right, so like the right level of fluffiness and density, so it looks really nice when it like covers these rocks. And then we also have like lots of smaller moss on the ground, like yellow grass, and it makes for like a really interesting biome. So it was really important for us to make this biome look really dense. So we pushed the amount of acids that we're using. So it's basically completely covered in foliage. Compared to Hurston, for example, Hurston and Microtech, which are probably our densest planets when it comes to foliage, this is way denser. The good thing is that we don't have any trees here, so all the budget we can use on ground cover, on grass. Now we jump to a Pyro coast biome. The improvements we got to the coast biomes is that we can now use OPR override for every single biome. Previously, we could only use one global override per planet, which, as you can imagine, is not enough when you have something like Stanton 4, where you have snowy regions and spruce tree regions, and one object preset just can't cover every coast. We added these coral, like coral geology set to have some of the yellow also along the coast. So you see here, we always have like a little bit of yellow coming through, and eventually it transitions into the nice mossy areas. Previously, when we made coast object presets, we played it a bit safe and only used 1 or 2 acid sets. But due to the fact that we can now push the density along the coast as well, you can find different kinds of coral, seaweed, different pebbles and rocks, and other stuff. Now I jump to one of the volcanic regions on Pyro 3. You might not expect to find vegetation here, but we did add a little bit of vegetation. Interesting. What I want to highlight here is the quality bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our vegetation. So this is one of my favorite new vegetation sets that we created. You can see the amount of detail on display here. We have like nice little flowers and these like knots or whatever, like pods. And it's just like a really cool asset set. So when flying over the volcanic regions, you will find pockets of these scattered all around, just to make the area like a little bit more lively. Before we move on, let's jump around to a couple more places.
Oh, wow.
Now we're on Pyro 4, which is my personal favorite of the Pyro system. Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that they are not done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will be once the planet comes out. So let's focus.
I'm gonna be very curious to see what Pyro 6 looks like, because I'm pretty sure that's the only one they haven't shown us at all.
It's loosely inspired by like Scottish Highlands, so there's not a lot of like verticality. Not a lot of trees, so everything is coming from the terrain and from the smaller assets that we scatter on the terrain geometry. So jumping in game, and then you can see the amount of ground cover assets on display, the variation in color, but it's all grounded by like the color of the soil, and it just looks like we have multiple new vegetation sets on display here. So first of all, we have this bush set here, which is called, I think it's called a fire stalk, which, yeah, it's kind of like a modified version of the real world thing. They add like a little bit of color to the area and make things pop. Then we have these ones here. I forgot the name of the asset set. And interesting, We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. If you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones, the geometry count is way higher, the texture resolution is a bit higher, and they just look more polished and nicer, which means that eventually we have to go back to Hurston, to Microtech, and give the trees there like a little makeover. So what was really important for us was to improve the blending between different biomes. So you see here, these are two fairly simple biomes. There's a clear distinction between them, but the transition still feels very natural.
That blending's good.
So if we go down here,
yeah,
you have like the red grass and it kind of feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural. Let's jump to the most experimental biome that we've made so far. So for this biome here, the concept art team gave us some really interesting concept art, because this is easily some of the biggest rock formations that we have in the game so far. Actually, let me try to fly a ship so you can see the scale of them. So they're massive in scale, and what was the hardest part about getting these to look right is that they're supposed to look really good from a distance, because you would expect something this big to be visible almost from space. But then the tricky thing is also to make them look good when you're standing up close to them. Let me jump in game so you see how big these rocks actually are. So they are massive in scale.
Shit.
You can probably land your spaceship on them and walk on them, and they make you feel like really small. But I think it's a really good visual that you have these like dark gray
This is
rocks
still Pyro
against
2, right?
the crimson.
No, this is like Pyro
soil
5.
and the grass.
This is Pyro
So here's
3.
a little happy accident where we have the
No.
clouds.
Yeah, this is Pyro 3.
Ah, okay.
And because the height map,
I thought you said
the difference
Pyro
in height,
4 before.
is so large, we actually get like shapes of the terrain poking out of the volumetric clouds. Yeah, you can probably spot some of the tiling issues that we have here, which is something.
Yeah,
that
no,
we
this
still
is
need
a
to look
Pyro
at.
before.
But like I said before, this is
according
still
to
in
the
progress,
top of his screen.
so it's gonna change
Yeah.
a bit.
Thought
Because
it was.
I mentioned biome diversity along the coasts before, I just wanted to highlight what one of the coast biomes on Pyro 4 looks like. So this one
Yeah,
is kind
Pyro
of
4.
just wet sand. We scattered some of the seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these pebbles. And then we also get like nice seaweed moving with the waves of the ocean. One interesting thing on Pyro 4 is that we have a massive crater region. On other planets we have individual craters which are a whole height map, or like 3-4 smaller craters on one height map, but this is actually multiple height maps forming one large crater, and you can see it all the way
That's a big
out
fucking
in space.
crater.
Yeah.
Like this whole region is one big crater. Like global displacement,
Whatever hit it,
texture, and
the
then
data planet, that must have been a freaking
height maps
moon.
of the ecosystems spawning on top, plus the volumetric clouds make it look really epic here. Now we've flown down to the surface of the crater. We wanted this to feel very spooky and
that
grim
looks-
and kind
that
of
looks
dark. So
amazing.
we have these dark fantasy forest-looking trees, which look kind of creepy. Then we bring some of the red grass back from the previous biome. We go down to the surface of the crater. You can see that we added
Where
this
is Sauron?
forest-looking tree set, some creepy shapes, some moist-looking ground cover assets, and this whole area is supposed to make you feel a bit uneasy. It's supposed to be hostile, and it's not safe without your suit on. So far we looked at 4 of the Pyro planets, so let's switch it up and look at one of the moons. This one is Pyro 5C. Similar to Pyro 4, you can see that it has a landmark that you can see from space. In this case, it's not a crater, but it's like, yeah, like a long streak of slick obsidian. So let's fly down to the surface of the streak and have a look what it looks like from up close. Again, we start with like the global height map where there's like a little bit of a bump up, and then it goes down to form the crack, and then we scatter the ecosystem height maps on top to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see we start with like flatland shapes, some smaller craters, and then it transitions into like these quite spiky looking mountain formations. And then down here, they feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock before it becomes smooth down here. And if we jump to this point, which is a really cool spot because like the sun just hits the obsidian in the right way and everything looks like nice and shiny. You can see here that the ground looks quite different from other planets. So instead of soil, it almost looks artificial in a way. Asset-wise, we're using one of our obsidian sets that you can also find on Stanton 4. This one got a bit of an update, a bit of polish, so we improved the shapes, different textures just to make it look extra cool, like the way the sunlight hits these surfaces. To make this area a bit more interesting, we decided to add some of these white light gray shrubs, just so the area doesn't feel too samey, and it's always nice to have like the occasional pocket of vegetation. To set the obsidian biome apart from the rest of the planet, we went with the opposite route for these biomes here. So instead of being shiny and slick, they are more dry, covered in dry sand. The vegetation is dry. We added some of these spiky shapes to add some verticality to the scattering. But yeah, outside the obsidian crack, this is what you will find on the planet most of the time. So this go-to
so
point
far, I
I
like a
picked
lot of
to
these planets
show
more
some
than
of the subtle color that we
the
added
stuff
to
that's in
Pyro
Stanton.
5C. So the obsidian
in terms
crack
of
is
scenery.
like kind of just dark gray, black. The desert I just showed is also light gray. So we felt this needed a bit of a color breakup.
Like as
so
much as I like microtech,
some of
in
these
my
red
opinion, these kind of
hues
blow the microtech
to,
out of the water.
Oh yeah.
The occasional biome, it's very rocky. You also find the red sand on the rocks from the biome accumulation, and it looks really nice how the red creeps up into the crevices of the height maps in the background. We're going to end our showcase today on Pyro 6. Pyro 6 has a very interesting color palette. Like I really like the yellows and the pale beige tones of the terrain. And then you have another blue ocean. As you can see, the terrain is kind of ridden by craters, and we get these really cool shapes where the ocean fills in those craters. If we jump all the way down to the edge of one of those craters.
Keep in mind, Rune Station is in orbit above 6.
So now we're at the edge of one of those craters. I'm jumping in game right now just to show you what it feels like walking along here. You can see that we added some dramatic looking coral shapes, and then eventually you walk down here towards one of those craters that's filled with water. We have a couple of floating meshes here on the left. This is still work in progress. So one of us, probably me, has to go in and adjust the settings of the spawning here. And then we're right at the edge. And I really like the color of the water and how it looks against the backdrop of the white chalky terrain.
That's
Then
some nice
over
water.
Here, I want to introduce you to our human scale ref mesh. His name is Rüdiger, and he's super helpful when we set up object presets, because you can immediately see how the scale of assets feel when you have him in situation. Like, he adds context to the scene. He spawns every time that object preset spawns, and yeah, he helps us find the right values when it comes to the scale of our assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them. And it makes for like a nice amount of detail on the ground. Then occasionally we spawn some of these spider-looking ground cover meshes. So this spot here is really nice because you get like the particles, the monochromatic terrain, the assets, and it's all against the backdrop of the skybox of the pyro system, which is red. Then we get like some really cool looking sunbeams coming through the volumetric clouds here. And then if I turn the sun and we make this dark, and I jump in game,
oh, that's pretty.
You can see how drastically the skybox impacts the lighting when you're on the dark side of the planet, and the skybox is just, yeah, it looks really good. So this is the skybox for the entire pyro system. So you will see it on every single pyro planet. It's just that Pyro
That's
6
beautiful.
has like very thin atmosphere, so you see it well here.
I think I'm gonna be living on a Pyro 6 from now on.
I've had this opportunity to show you
Oh,
guys
solar
the work
flares.
that we did in the last 2 years. I'm
Just
super
hide
excited
in your
to
ship, you should be fine.
See you guys explore the Pyro system for the first time.
Famous last
Give your
words.
feedback. There's still work that we have to do, but I hope that you are even more excited than before after seeing what I showed you today.
I really like Pyro 1. Like Pyro 1 looks fucking amazing when it has like the really thick cloud layers and stuff, and it's all dark.
Was that an animal? Did we just see an animal?
I unfortunately didn't see anything.
Right hand corner of the screen, down the bottom, something ran across the desert.
Maybe it was crab. Space crab.
Looked like a tick.
Ew.
Space beetle.
Space ticks. Don't let them get near me. I can't have ticks.
Did you see it, John?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't see it. Darn.
Somebody said, "Yo, was that an animal?"
Yeah, that's what I said.
I guess other people saw it too then. Interesting. Yeah, I can't talk.
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if that was if they
an Easter egg.
if they slid that in there as a little Easter egg teaser.
Yeah, I can't talk in the Twitch chat. I'm still banned.
Oh.
So I really don't know what's going on in Twitch chat. Not gonna lie, this looks pretty damn good.
Mm.
I can't wait to go exploring.
Yeah.
Look at that right there.
It's like I said earlier, I can't wait to load up a BMM with like a shitload of like hover bikes and just go tear-assing around these planets.
No. You need to do it in frickin' style. You need the frickin' Idris.
Fez and his interest, everybody. Interesting.
Yeah, but it'll take like 50 fucking hours to land and take
He's
off.
a game developer,
So
a founder, a CEO. He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he should not be let back in the building. Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just keep him out of the building, because he sat in my chair. All right, thanks. When are we live? Hi, welcome back to Citizencon 2952. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and yeah, welcome to the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers, and Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts.
Hey, Aaron.
You were looking at me, and you
hey, he's the guy that got drunk and gave us some accidental info.
So,
I like your dig.
Supposedly.
Welcome to the spaceship, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah. It looks like Chris.
We have been
It's his
talking
brother.
about this, dreaming
Yeah.
about this, and doing this since 2015. Every time we talked about changing the stuff up and whatnot, like what should we do? And it was always like, we should build a spaceship. We should build a spaceship. So it's like, yeah, someday. But we did it.
No, it's cool. It's way cool.
I'm sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly. So having a dedicated space that's dialed in that you're cool with, right? It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during Citizencon 2952. It's a brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system. You two recently took kind of a whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community over there. And so it was actually quite a lot of fun for us, and actually a great experience in terms of learning a lot about the community over there and what they would like and all that kind of stuff. And so it's actually one of the better trips I've been on, and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic people.
This must be live.
Events everywhere we went.
It is live.
So it was really good and really educational.
No, but I mean, this is not pre-recorded.
We first went to Korea, had a nice Citizen out there, hung out with people. Great food, great fun stories. While we were in Korea, we did a live
Looks like
stream
the
of
mods
China
just
Bar Citizen
fucking
at the same
yeeted
time.
somebody.
So we had some technical difficulties streaming while we were
that
there.
made it more interesting.
Yeah. We couldn't hear them and so on, so they were typing out questions, but the banter was great.
Wow.
And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore and hung out with those guys as well.
I was going to say, we haven't had any technical difficulties so far today. I don't know. I was going to say, nothing in here is actually wood.
Well, so we're talking about the community actually gave us some cool stuff. So first, this was given to us by the Korean community.
This is Korea, yeah. We'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This was for you. I don't know the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll, but the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters.
Oh yeah,
which is incredibly cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
So we each got one of those as well, but they specifically wanted us to bring one back for you.
Let me switch to
That's
Brian's
very cool.
camera. Let me see if I can move this over here and get it here. Brian, I'm going to hand this to you so I don't get out.
Absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there. There we go. That's very nice.
That's really neat.
Incredibly cool.
Yeah, holy shit.
And then from Singapore.
Star Citizen fans are really passionate.
Over to Singapore while we were
Yeah.
there. This is one we'll also have to.
All the everybody at the event signed this awesome.
Let me get this strong here. You grab one side.
I'll grab one side. There we go.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
We got everybody's signature, so
Holy
we're going to put this
shit.
up in our new offices in Manchester.
Hashtag 30K.
Cool. So, got these things, but anyway.
And then there's other stuff in there. You can pull some of them out if you want.
It's all for you.
Really cool little coins they made and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a Bar Citizen is, you can check out barcitizen.sc. It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of Star Citizens all around the world, including most recently Singapore and China and South Korea.
Well, sometimes the devs get drunk and let things slip.
San Diego last night, if I'm not mistaken. This
Allegedly.
Bar Citizen Singapore, and it's made by the community. And
Of course,
it is a,
allegedly.
What is that? Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's metal.
It's proper. Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Cool.
Well, I'm gonna leave that out. And there's some other challenge coins and stuff. We will go through this on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Exactly.
I know who our viewers are. So before we do move on to the next thing, Brian, Aaron, it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary.
10.
10. It's
Yeah,
10
that's
something.
crazy.
There was an interesting debate whether this was the anniversary, because the anniversary is sometimes in November. The birthday is in October.
Yeah, it has been 10 years.
Whatever it is, it's 10. You got any favorite?
Look at the background.
Something I don't know how long
They've
we're going to
changed.
here, so I want to use you when I got here. On the spot here.
I've been here about 8 years.
Yeah, I went
just
from
about
like
8 years,
one
right?
travel
So
to a
fair
planet.
amount of the 10. The first one that comes
Looks
to
like
my
Pyro.
mind, there's a lot, but the most memorable one I would say would be 2016.
That is
Citizencon
such a
in Los
badass
Angeles.
studio.
Very first Citizencon I'd ever been
Reminds
to.
me of the Connie
really
Phoenix.
Interacted face to face.
Well, that's what it's based on, yeah.
Oh yeah.
We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off.
It was good to hear from Chris. I'm glad they did that.
Oh yeah.
I went down basically middle floor in the theater and sat
I
on
mean,
the floor
it's like the 10th anniversary of the project, so I mean, it's
as
like
I'm sitting there
Yeah.
and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the
So
pacing.
Papa Chris
and then
has
the
finally
sandworm
spoken
blows
to
out of
us
the
yet
ground,
again.
and everybody blows up, and I'm kind of below everybody.
he walks in and tells
just to
Jared
be
to get
there,
out of the chair.
for people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on.
So like,
Right?
up.
That's something I'll never forget. It was something you're at that level. You
Feel all the
love
better,
from them, the
especially
excitement
after,
that
like,
they have of what they're, and you're going, wait,
that
hold on.
beginning part.
I'm used to working in companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity
Chris
to show
asserting
this
his
off
dominance.
and you get this feedback. It was my first basically interaction with community on a face-to-face basis. It was really cool.
Very cool. I was there at that time. I'm pretty sure we were sitting on the floor together at one point or another.
Probably, yes.
Aaron.
I mean, I think a lot of it's what Brian just said. I mean, the thing I always love to do and like to do and you know haven't been able to do in the last couple of years for obvious reasons is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally just go and find. I like to go out amongst everybody and just sit there and watch the whole watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it. Which is always a lot of fun, and the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, you know, with people in the community and so forth. Meet people. There's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to see again. All this sort of, you know, all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that. But the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is the massive thing for me. It'd be too hard for me to pull, you know, one event. I mean, you know, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, you know, but I mean, really in terms of the thing, it's really that ability to be amongst everybody and see that.
I even think of overall just the journey we've been on in making this project, right? When I started in Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany, you know, Hassan, IT in the UK, loaded up a van. And I remember this van showed up with our PCs, our monitors. Then they included like some pens and pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's right. And then
we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right.
Wasn't it the event after that where he basically was working so late he got locked in Cologne?
Yes.
He couldn't leave. He basically got locked in, and so he basically had to sleep.
Sleep in the
sleep in the stage stuff like that. But it's just like lots of. I mean, it is all that kind of stuff. There's so many stories. There's so many times I've met people, and just all the events. It's been fantastic.
it's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
Yeah, he's good.
Here at LCG. We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really hard event to manage, and sitting with him on that last day, he and I, everybody's off partying. We've completed the thing, and Hassan and I are breaking stuff down, and it was long with the he just sits there and he goes, dude, I don't know if I can do this next year. I'm like, there's nobody else to do it except us, dude. He goes, oh, no, I'm going to take PTO next year. I'm like, you are not going to take PTO next year. And the next year, he had 2 weeks, like, before and after Gamescom blocked off. And I'm like, you took PTO? He goes, I told you. I'm like, you're my hero. You actually, and again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just, there are a lot of stories, and I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on. That's enough chit-chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation, Design Brief, Investigations. One of the most common requests we get from the community is to talk about things at their earliest states. Tell us what you're just thinking about, not necessarily the next thing or the thing after, like share the earliest design stuff for how a thing might work. Everything you're about to see can and will change dramatically from the point of today to the point where it makes the game. But we wanted to open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby, who are going to discuss an entirely new kind of mission. Not a new mission, an entirely new scope and type and design of missions that move away from combat and transport and go more towards cerebral deduction and investigation. So here we are, Design Brief Investigations, and we'll see you when you come back. Take care.
Hi, my name's Elliot Maltby. I'm a principal systems designer. I work with Luke Presley on the mission feature team. I'm here today to talk about one of the new mission types we're prototyping.
So this is an early look, a new mission type, and usually we don't give you a look this early. It's because we don't have the nice shiny visuals.
But people keep asking to see the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
So a mission is built out of objective types, and the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries, which are essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill destroy a ship that has a person inside of it. And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person, or pick up a box, or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective: assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. Kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation. Currently in the game, the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. We're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience we want to give players with the investigation mission is that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that has been posed to them, and that they're able to kind of search through the evidence and find the red herrings and like choose the right answer.
So what we want is we want to build a mission that requires you to have to think, requires you to have to look around, search your environment in detail, look at each individual clue and make sure you fully understand it before you make your decision as the detective.
And there'll also be red herrings thrown in there, so evidence will really have to be like poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before, like really dig into like why has this derelict become a derelict? Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead? Or why has this cargo gone missing? At the core of this mission, we're really asking the player to use their brain rather than their gun or their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb players along. I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story, I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting and decide exactly what has happened here. And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right, you might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that.
That seems a lot like the mission that we used to have.
The next stage in this whole process is building a pitch.
That one that was at the abandoned space station?
How we want it to work, and then we have to present it
Yeah.
to CR, Tony and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with it and all of our visions are aligned. So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective. And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with two. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his like work itinerary on there, and they're all crossed off until one. And if you're smart, you'll go to that location, and should you go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery. And the way we do this is we scatter evidence around the location and clues that lead you to that evidence. And obviously there can be red herrings in there.
Is that a freelancer rec?
You can get your like answer up to a credible state, which might still be the wrong answer.
Not sure.
No, the walls don't look like. The walls don't look right.
Might be
Whereas
Caterpillar.
This is about it.
digging a little more,
Caterpillar. It's a cat.
Oh, yeah.
You would perhaps find an indisputable piece of
I was gonna
evidence.
say, it'd be
like,
cool to
I
get-
did it kind of thing.
Get
that
more
would
recs,
get you,
but-
like the bonus for the mission. And both pitches had their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch.
More
you
recs
could
would be
see
good, but hey,
how easy it
I'm
was
not
to scale.
complaining too much.
And
Well,
it
we know they're
involved
coming in 318.
less complex narrative work, but we ultimately decided to go for the second because we liked the idea of giving the player the agency to decide when they were done. So we're in the prototype phase with the investigation mission, which is more important than ever because it's such a complex mission, and we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we could make it like a mystery happen in the most restricted location we have, which was like a derelict. So this kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations and uses all of the evidence retrieval interactions that we currently have. For instance, like you can kill a guy and get information off him, you can find a corpse, get information off it, you can loot a box, get information off it. And then we'll be prototyping the newer ways of getting information off of things. We're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death of people, and we're looking into being able to find the mobiles in an inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things that we have to figure out is the story. The investigation will live and die by its story, so we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell, what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way, keypad locked doors, enemies, like traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting mission markers on everything. Like, it is supposed to be about them searching, figuring clues out for themselves, and finding the answer themselves.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
And we're working with the UI designer on the new mobiles, which should really help with this.
So this has been our video design brief on our investigation missions. We're really excited to bring these to you. We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to inject a lot more story into the persistent universe.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part of how we build things. So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still working on it and figuring out the fine details. But player experience and player agency is at the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
That seems like that's the old investigative mission that was in the Starting system in that destroyed system, in that destroyed space station.
And Star Citizen narrative director, Mr. Dave Haddock. How you guys doing?
Good.
These missions, we've got combat missions, we've got calling missions. This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the.
I like it though. I think it's good.
What can you add to what's being said?
Looking forward to it.
I know I've said this before.
What kind of missions are we talking about? What kind of stories are we?
That studio's fucking sick.
I mean, it's we're still trying to figure out. It's a really interesting technical challenge because basically, with a mystery, it's tied into the story, and so. But because we need to populate the universe, like it's presenting a really interesting challenge of how do we make these modular, but yet still feel specific. So it's a really unique challenge to try and navigate those waters and tell something that's satisfying. And again, kind of a new style of gameplay to engage people in a much more non-combat specific way that lets them kind of take advantage of all of our systems and just kind of explore and get to be these kind of detectives. Right?
Well, and ideally, it's something that you can't always notice or always be like, okay, it's Colonel Mustard with the
lead pipe.
with the lead pipe or the rope, So we want to make sure that it feels unique, to the area and interesting. So it's like Dave said, I think it is going to be a big challenge for us to figure it out.
And the fun thing about it too is this is a type of mission where it's not just knocking out checkpoints on a list. So part of the fun with it was creating a system where the onus is on the players to feel like they have enough information to have solved the case, but not flat out telling them right out the bat, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. So it's it's definitely a fun thing that's presenting a lot of cool, unique opportunities. Of you think it may be going one way, but there might be a key piece of evidence that you've missed that completely blows the case open.
I know we often refer to the Precision Universe as the sandbox, and I think a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities within the Precision Universe. So like that. So it is our 10th anniversary. So I'm asking everybody who's joining us today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're looking at me very intently, like what are you thinking right now? Like I can't get lost in your eyes. Not today.
Well, if there was going to be any day, it should be today. For at least for me, it would have to be at least one of the sitcoms. I know Brian mentions like the Homestead demo, but I think even just getting 3.0 out the door, like that was such a arduous process, and climbing up that hill was a difficult one, but to finally get that out and you see people's reactions. And
do you remember in the 3.0 launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the community based on Chris Roberts' feedback that we were going to be out by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December. We are in the global go, no-go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He goes, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything, we're ready to go? And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. and I usually sit in these meetings and I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking in these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like, you launched this thing. And then it was Aaron who took pity on me. He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. There's actually it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like, I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris after, at that point I'd been on it for a couple of months, of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff was definitely, the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was really, actually it was the 2015, like the PCAP shoot, just to be able to work with that cast. The crew was amazing. Everything about it was just like this real engaging. I mean, it was a three-month shoot, right?
Yeah, I think it was 3. Yeah, that's one that stands out for me huge as well.
That was.
I mean, the
really
cast
fun.
that was there and how you dealt with them on a daily basis and the passion that they had into the script, and it was so cool.
Yeah, and it was these sort of fun, weird things of there was a song that came about during the production that I won't spoil anything. I don't know if it's actually been released, but that became sort of the theme song of the entire shoot, which was amazing. So
Xylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up. So
hey,
I don't know what that means
gamers.
so much, but just letting you know.
All right, bring it back to me. All right. So thank you so much, Todd and Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where we explore what you think you know about underground facilities and then explode them in a whole new way. So check that out.
Hello, I'm Ian Leyland. I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk
Hey, man.
about underground facilities. Now, this was a presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back, and what we're going to cover is how we're going to take
this is one of my
locations we
one
have
of the guys
in
I
right
played
now,
Star
but
Citizen
actually
with.
really design it
Hitman.
From the ground
So,
up to be the location architecture that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started.
So what did you think of
Let's talk about the original
pyro
underground facilities. Now, the
plans?
problem was we made these originally for the Citizencon
Are you talking to me?
presentation demo,
Yeah.
and the time we have
I'll talk in a bit.
to kind of take
I'm just watching like the underground facility stuff right now.
Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat.
I'm really
But
hoping
we
they
always
make
knew
this a
we
lot
wanted
better.
it to be able to scale, you know, small, medium, large to
It's very
accommodate
linear right now.
maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location. So how do we go about designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot
That looks really
what
nice.
a medium-sized underground facility could look like. So dominant features
Oh,
that
wow.
we're seeing here is
That's already
the key spire. This is instantly
Wow.
where your player, you should be able to navigate towards. This could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top. And then moving down is very
That's
important
nice.
to be able to get the landing
This looks like a
pads
medium-sized
and
dungeon.
hangars quite close to the facility because we
Fuck
wanted that
yeah,
experience as the player
dungeon raids of
lands.
Star
They're
Citizen,
not
let's
far off
go.
from the location. They're actually quite close, and you should be able to see a little FPS area where the player lands. Also, what we're seeing here is some
they have hangars.
visual justification
Yeah.
at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, you know,
It'd be cool if we're able to
processing
eventually
intensive
build
supplies
something like
actually
that.
on the landscape there. Now, what I was saying
I would
before
love to
about
see.
being a kind of a
I would
more
love to see
braver
a large
visual
and a
presence
extra
on the
large.
landscape. So we designed the
Yeah.
silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize.
I would like to
these,
see it like in engine.
as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here is we thought it'd be cool to actually have surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, and tertiary ways for the player to get into these locations, depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top, you've got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below. Now moving on to the inside,
Nice.
so after the player's landed through the hangars, to be brought up into the main corporate reception. Now these are going to be quite interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is the corporate.
They need to
presence before
rebrand the
player would
name.
go down
Underground facility.
into
Not
the
so much.
bowels of the facility. And what we're seeing here is, you know, just an example of what a bearing reception could feel
It's like a research facility.
Oh, here we go.
Now moving into Zone
Transitions.
2, with it being an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the transit, the elevator network. So we played
Come
around
on, we're
with
the
a few
one
different
entrance.
ideas into this, and one of the things that we thought could be quite interesting is the elevator itself could be a mini play space. So what we're looking at here is control room idea quite early, what sort of scale vehicles there could be. Now ultimately we didn't go with this idea. It was, didn't really fit the art style that we wanted, but it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here is something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now it's worth noting we're designing these as an architecture.
I'm glad they're reworking these. This is fucking sick.
In the future, we'll expand out and do other art style variants. So what we're seeing here is the control room overlooking the main warehouse floor, and then this elevator should be big and clear enough for the player to understand, like that's where logistics will go up and down. And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own play space. So
That
top level,
screenshot looks like it's in in-game engine right there.
Underneath it,
Yeah.
there could be little nooks and crannies. If we wanted to stealth into the location, we'd be able to give opportunities for the player there. And down below, this is what the player would kind of see. So now they're really starting to get into the bowels of the facility. So echoing of that control room down below, but also this is where we'll present the player with an opportunity to choose the area they want to go. Maybe cargo's to the left, maybe processing to the right, or maybe technicals up above. Part of that process of how we design is we look at things about from the player's point of view. So what we're seeing here is pretty good indication about how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as possible. Moving on to Zone 3, so this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to be quite residential, but here we're going for something completely industrial. As a player, you want to feel like an ant almost to the location. The primary purpose is not for you to be walking
This is giving me so many ideas for the machinima.
Logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image, you're kind of seeing where big trucks could kind of go. But we've also got like little nooks and crannies for the player to kind of explore.
This will be great for like
and go into.
player content
Now,
and
as it
machinimas
being
and stuff.
Location
Yeah.
dedicated towards the moving of logistics. We wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles, right? So here we're seeing a mule kind of coming and going on one of these walkways.
It's the
maybe
mule.
there's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is a ladder. So with all of these play spaces, as we were having fun and visually exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the corridor. So kind of similar to how you'd see on a character be a little control room looking at the flight deck. Here you could kind of see something very similar. Maybe this ties into gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. Maybe as a player you're trying to steal some cargo out. There's tons of potential for how we could do puzzles in that regard. So looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft carriers.
I have like a cargo lift that goes up the surface that you need to come down.
Underbelly. We thought this would already
For
give
like vehicles and stuff.
For
or
not only
cargo boxes.
This would be nice because if you're trying to like go after a target or you're in a bunker, you're not gonna worry about just like people
so as that cargo deck goes down,
like camping one area.
other ways to kind of progress through into the vicinity.
There's definitely
Okay, so what
hangars
we're looking
because
at
that
here
sign there
is,
says hangar 9 or
kind of
hangar
an
3.
example corridor. Now corridors in our game are quite
There's the sign there.
important to us, but they
Yeah.
don't necessarily have to be boring.
I
we're
don't
seeing here
remember
is
who I
an
brought this up with the other
establishment
day,
of a radial
but
motif.
like if
Now, with
if
this
they
being
choose like
subterranean, we wanted to always
I hope
imply
this
that
is
there's
like
a
the
weight
stuff they're gonna
kind of
do
pushing
for like
down.
the
So this
persistent
radial motif
hangers,
is the best
but
load bearing. So,
it'll be really
as a
interesting to
design
see how they
language,
do the
it was
persistent
feeling
hangers
quite
for
right.
like the really large
So in this
ships and
traversal
all
corridor,
that.
I think you're talking to me
there's
about
a few
that.
different things. Clearly, there's a clear
I think you and I were
logistic,
talking about
first of all.
persistent hangars.
But also on top of that, you've got these side routes, which is where personnel would go. Split hierarchy, so it would be pretty cool for FPS combat, for opportunities there. And then leading in, underneath, you're kind of seeing a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be this maybe is stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the player has to go down below. So even within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through. But underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it. Maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up
I really
with
hope
the
they
idea
like
of
show us stuff in engine or something.
so these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So
Like I'm not
enables
lying,
us
I kind of
to
expect
break
this
that
shit on
distance,
Pyro.
but it also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. Also inside here, there could be tea rooms or break rooms or offices. So again, we're trying to break the rhythm of traversal, so the player's going from a large space to a small space, but also from one theme to another theme. And what that will hopefully do is create a really good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is a side view to kind of explain how that process. So on the left, we've come in from the corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in as well. So this is how, again, we're going to try and keep verticality as a traversal motif in mind. Now going from a large corridor set to what we're considering here medium or small. So these are the tertiary networks that will link into the primary traversal route. So these again will be continuing the radio.
Next thing they're going to say is all this is going to be interconnected in the economy, and what they produce or what you destroy
now
there
from
will actually
traversal
affect it.
networks to theme rooms. Now as the players traversing through,
Oh, that's where physicalized cargo comes into it, right?
key theme rooms.
The
Now,
cargo
what we see
refactor?
here is an example
Yeah.
of an industrial space. Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific. Just so in the early development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example processing room, but there's a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the bottom level,
I think that is in engine.
which will be dedicated towards
I don't think that's concept
processing,
art. I think that's in engine.
pipes, machinery, all of that sort of good stuff. And then as we get higher up, we're seeing that very dominant.
That right there is definitely concept art.
Wing suspended over the play space.
I don't think it is, man. I
As-
think it's
as
in
an
engine.
idea, this creates
No, if you look up at the
plethora of,
catwalk,
interesting opportunities as a play space,
near like the control
to
room
fight
or
the way
something,
through or
whatever that
solve
is,
puzzles.
it
One
looks
of the
like
things early on we
concept
wanted
up
is
there.
cause and effect. We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles, seeing that reflect into the space. Another theme room idea we came up with was processing. So bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun with ways in which we could kind of create these quite interesting set pieces. So it's not all just industry in the underbelly of these underground facilities. There's also going to be technical areas, areas dedicated towards the control of the location. So what we're seeing here is maybe it's the main map room. So this is where they control the networking of everything. And also on here, you've got the overseeing executive suite. So it's not just technicians here, but also executive wings. And also as a bit of fun, if the player does get access to these executive wings, then we're seeing another type of art style in here as well. So we've seen industrial, we've seen technical. Now we'll be seeing, more like the corporate foyer we saw up above. So meeting rooms, office spaces, that sort of thing. And what we're seeing here is maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea, we thought these data racks are actually submerged for cooling in a base of water. We thought also it'd be cool if there's a cause and effect. So if the player
That's badass.
solves a
I hope they
puzzle,
keep that.
we go from being below water to above water. So again, ways in which we can kind of spark ideas or conversations with design about interesting opportunities. And then lastly, zone 4. Now, it wouldn't be...
There's no date though. That's what I'm interested in, is when this is coming out.
Organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where it's been abandoned.
It's great that there's this, but like,
This was something we had...
I expect this to be in Pyro.
So how do we
I would want this to be in Pyro, but none of this is an engine.
In this fairly well-established industrial location,
I think it is, dude.
there needs to be
I think
some
it is.
form of transition period. So we came up with ideas about how we'd see.
If they were trying to show it in engine, they would actually be showing like animations on characters and stuff.
And as part of the roads,
Send a screenshot of it.
do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through. Something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period between heavy industrial to exposed cave, the equipment needed to create further UGS spaces, maybe there's a large war machine still there. At the end, maybe that comes into some form of gameplay opportunity for the player to traverse over, interact. That's kind of cool. Also, as part of that, another opportunity to introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet, it could be like underground rivers, underground lakes, maybe it's lava, maybe it's acidic. And also if we're describing these locations as maybe some are more abandoned, we could start to showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities. So also another process we do during concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really
you wanted
in-game
engine.
There you go.
in terms of space, size,
Told you it was engine.
gameplay opportunities right from the early
Damn, that
visual
looks good.
development process. And what we're looking at here is very loose concept meshes brought into the engine, quickly lit just for that exploration process.
Nice.
That's
So that's just basically grey box.
what we're pushing for the new underground facilities.
Still concept
We're quite
phase.
excited about it, and hopefully you are soon.
Still,
And we
it's
look forward
better
to
than
showing
nothing.
you more in the future.
Well, it looks like there's at least work being done on it.
Yeah.
There we go.
This is all grey box.
Shit, we need this.
My body is ready. Put it in pyro.
Yeah.
Shit, mercenary missions and this? They're saying 60 minutes of gameplay. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, your bunkers are not going to be a quick in and out.
You imagine me trying to like extricate like information from like a higher like director or something, one of these bunkers, like a research director or something. Not bunkers, they're underground facilities. Yeah. So it could be like a research facility.
That's cool.
You could use that as cover. Could sneak onto it.
Yep.
Oh, it's dropping down. Sneak now. Land on top. Go prone.
And firefights in hallways like that would be really interesting.
Granada!
I can already feel the vibes of the Mandalorian kicking in.
Yeah.
That was the new Underground, starring our very own Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland. Ian, why are we redoing the Underground facilities?
Well, kind of as we said in the
They look better.
segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game.
Oh, awesome.
To-do list.
And you've been
The next presentation should be on one of the features coming from Squadron 42 being ported over to Star Citizen.
It's kind of hard to
It
pick
better
one,
be fucking good.
but maybe a good one.
Was
to
it
start
the
would be,
new
going-
speeds?
Joining the
The
company
speed system.
nearly 9 years ago. And,
Yeah,
going on
I
paternity.
really
We
hope they don't fuck
actually-
this up.
We're making Arena Commander.
Because
and we
they
have-
got to be
Do you
really
remember the
careful when they
video?
fuck around with the speeds.
That was a good
So do you remember the video the other day?
challenge.
The
When
leak
he was
video?
really-
On your team.
Yeah.
Kind of like, here it is.
In the 3.17.3 patch that just went live,
We kind of pushed the
they
engine
actually have
to what
already
it could do
started
at the time,
adjusting
and we're
speeds.
Super happy with it. Yeah.
So there's new underground facilities. It's not
There's
just
But in the
major
video,
adjustments.
giant, empty.
there was an
awesome-looking,
instance when
you know,
the
playground
ship
with nothing
went
to
from
do.
like really fast to
What
just
are we
like
going to be doing these things?
I mean,
maybe it was
all
going
of our
like
mission
20.
versions counts. It's basically we want them to be a sandbox.
It seems
elements,
like
that,
I don't know.
that players can
We'll
go
see
and
what they do.
explore, but whether it's sabotage or infiltrate or investigate or deliver boxes to, all these elements go into all the design elements, you know, when we're thinking about this, when we're testing out rooms, like all the interaction aspects for it.
I'm
puzzle
still of the
elements.
opinion they should wait before they
So
fuck with it in the
basically,
PU.
when the team's doing it, we're building it,
They
but
must
also
think that it's not a
implementing
good enough
the
of a
different
standard to put it in
design
the PU.
elements into the room at the same time.
Like
Yeah.
master
Well,
mode
we'll find
must
out
be
soon.
like
About, you know, open up
they must
all
be like
kinds of
this is
storytelling possibilities
standard.
with the
Master
different
modes isn't
companies and
changing,
who knows
so
what
put it in the
adventures
PU.
are going on. You know,
Yeah.
3
Well,
levels underneath the surface.
We don't
I
even
just
have
hope
lasers
it.
in it.
You know, 4 levels underneath the
Yeah,
surface. with
my
Pyro
main
2.
concern is like
And
if,
these are coming to
like,
both
let's
the
say I'm
standard
going
system
1,000
and the
meters a
Pyro
second,
system
and some dude
wherever else afterwards.
decides he
I'm
wants to
saying
fight
this.
me and
I like
pulls
my
me
game.
out, and I'm doing like
All right, so
200 meters a
in addition
second
to
in
that,
a
we
fucking
so
hull
on
of
this
like
one,
a
on this
fully
one,
laden
on
hull
this one,
D.
on this
You
one.
know,
Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on
that's the kind
today.
of thing I worry about with them
Everybody,
fucking with it.
as a
But
member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack.
we'll see what they
available to
do.
all backers. It's got Francis, the party animal plushie.
Oh yeah,
which I
everyone's getting a
believe
free grenade
is
launcher.
it's a Finley with a fun hat, isn't it? There's nobody here to answer me. A Falston jumpsuit, the Shubin edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of onesies in the clothing line, clothing-wise for the Precision Universe. And a grenade launcher, because giving everybody in the universe a grenade launcher, that's going to be fun. We've also got a Toby Eye Tracker contest going on. JRDF, our partners at JRDF,
That's a bad
are
idea,
giving away
giving everybody a
character
grenade
units from
launcher.
Cyclone models. And the Halloween promotion is already live, and there's another Halloween contest.
I'm sorry, but
Unless
the
they're
amount
going
of
to
time
start restricting
spent.
like ammo purchases to reputation and stuff.
Up on the
Well, the amount of times Fez and I have shot each other alone.
I did comb
Like, can you imagine everybody having a fucking grenade launcher?
Brian was being messaged about one thing. I got messaged by my mom. Who didn't like
I can see the majority of players losing it probably in the first hour of having one.
All right, what's next,
Yeah,
everybody?
they just do a count reset and it comes back up.
Well, it's one of the segments that
Then
I'm
they'll
looking
lose it
forward to
again
most.
within an
It's
hour.
our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned.
They're bringing in a new system where you can actually reclaim all that sort of stuff. But
Jed and Johnny and Dave from the Flight Experience, Flight Comp feature team, they keep
should.
changing their names as much as I do. They're going to talk about one of Star Citizen's
Soon, TM.
oldest and most complex
Yeah, of
problems
course.
and the exciting new solution that they have for it. So check that out. And we'll meet you back here.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich Towler, David Colton, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're gonna talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat systems, which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe. We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat, it's not just about an economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we're kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. You know, and also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship just isn't, isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But they come with a downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements, so when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters, because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors. And interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are well, they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships, but they're not really good at, well, killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about over the past kind of several years.
If every ship is the same, it's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. We've tried limiting things at speed, we've tried adjusting handling at speed, we've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting, and it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and a target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer and to be more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, oh, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to transverse between different systems. So essentially we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore, there's planets to explore, and the feelings we want to capture with the speed, we still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today. So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's costs and payoffs for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things the ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster
and change,
a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because that boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line.
The boost will be interesting for racing.
Debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive and travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a.
That's fucking cool.
Just to give you like a ballpark, quantum boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use quantum travel to do very long range jumps between planets. So quantum mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do quantum.
So this is what Fez and I were talking about as a possibility. This is Super Cruise,
and
basically.
It allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But
it's like a mini Super Cruise because it still like has an end on its own, not that you pull yourself out of. It looks like
allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you swap into quantum mode. Your weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work, and you will also not be able to use thruster boost. So basically all your capacitor and combat-related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes, there'll be a little period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you'll lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you use
cause and effect
at any particular point.
Everything
so
has a cost.
Threat of someone that's close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe. Or you can switch into quantum mode and escape. And this is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because going into the two different modes is like a systemic thing within the ship's items, we actually have the opportunity now to define ship roles that can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble or devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people. Or, for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship which might not be as good at doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay experience for us. And this is working now, and we're playing it every day in the studio, we're refining it, we're tweaking bits here and there, but we're at that stage now where we're tweaking and balancing. And we've got the core features, it's there in the game playable. And the difference it's made on the game
Just like Pyro?
it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships.
Oh, laser cannons will be better now. And so over the scatter
And
guns.
because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I like thrust up or down, you'll immediately see the difference. So similarly, things like capital ships effectively.
Yeah, I want to play with it first before I have an opinion on
change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets
Seems good though.
much more effective at shooting you. Turrets become more important, and working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
This is a really exciting change.
This is better in the long run.
Combat speeds relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is better for that.
Just one ship being able to take on a hammerhead is like
travel speeds
stupid.
As high as they should be for PU.
Playing with Master Modes in Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now you find that you're in really tight, close combat with the other players. I think the biggest part of this is going to be when we have the larger ships.
It reminds me a lot of how like Star Wars,
we can have battles
like
with
movie
big capital ships and smaller ships.
ship fights
We'll have
look
brought something to
with
Star
the
Citizen world that I don't think has been as
not the
come out
frigates
before.
but the fighters.
And I think it'll make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalancing all of the ships,
Yeah, I can see that.
We'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted, and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay that we haven't had before.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously, because you've been a part of this journey. And we've tried many, many different things over the time to try and really create the experience we want. But the reality is, from us, it came down to it always is.
What would be even better is that the ship articulated based on if it was an SCM or a quantum mode.
So with master modes, it really helps define the player choice in the game. So they're choosing to do combat, they're choosing to travel from A to B in quantum, they're choosing to QT boost somewhere. Just giving players that freedom within the universe we have is just like, it's a really magical thing, and we try many times to control that as designers, to try and get a specific experience at some point, but we always end up coming back to the fact, let's just give the players the choice and let them make the key decisions, and we'll design the balance around that.
We finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU, because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the game. That internally, we're playing this every day. We're still making some tweaks, but everything is there right now. It's all about the foundational kind of tweaks that we're making, and we can't wait to get it in your hands.
So thanks a lot for listening to us today. We're very, very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible. And yeah, we'll hope to see you fighting in the verse.
All right, so I've got, out of everything here, I've got all the chicks on Nyx, love my Lando fever.
Of course.
What do you got, Brian?
Wow. Who is most likely to win in a dogfight?
Okay.
An Ortwin.
Ortwin. Shout out to Ortwin. It's been a long time.
Hey, Ortwin.
My one is, my cargo hold is always full of Chris Roberts.
Really? Show the camera.
There you go.
Ah.
Yay, John Crow!
That's Vandal Against Humanity, a game created by one of our own Star Citizen, one of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Ken Shadow. We still got it. It made the trip to UK, and we are playing it in between the sessions. So thank you again, Ken Shadow. John, oh, I dropped the cards. This is gone. Talk to me about this segment we just watched. Is this BS, or do we actually have it?
I think we've got it. The team's been super hard at work for quite a long period of time on this. We've gone through, I don't know how many versions of this.
Orville,
we're
next
sort of
up.
out of interesting names to call all the development builds. We're on to fish names now.
Tell you what, they're flying through this series, the episodes.
There's been a lot of work put into this, a lot of testing internally.
This is a
across
much
the
faster
company,
pace than last year, yeah.
Just within our team, getting them all on board, getting them.
Tyler said
playing
it was to go originally for 5 hours.
Generally do
But
one
what are we,
quiz, but
4
this is a
down,
pretty
3
big
to go?
change to the overall flight experience.
Yeah,
folks
maybe
that
the other
were
ones are
for a
longer.
while, we're not
So
talking
we've got
about
Lorville
tomorrow or
here,
next week or
then we've got the power management
why
and
isn't
resource
this just gonna be
management,
put into the
and then
game
there's just the
tomorrow?
ships that are upcoming.
Two factors.
I bet a lot of the
we
ships
started
upcoming
doing
and
this,
probably power management.
for Squadron, because naturally,
Yeah, well, I'm interested in
to
the
have
power
a great flight
management.
experience in Squadron, you need a
So I'm
it to
thinking they're going to
all work
make like
together.
power management the
So
keynote,
we're
and it's
focusing
going to be
Squadron
very
first for
in
that,
depth.
and
At least I
Squadron
hope.
has a much smaller.
Yeah, I would
subset
expect the
of
ships to
ships than
maybe
the
go
PE
for an hour, hour and a half,
It's a lot easier
and
to go to
probably
some of
about
these,
an hour for the
get the
power
broad strokes in, and then
management.
really
So it'll be
dial it
another
in
hour,
for
2.5.
6 or 7 ships.
So
versus
it's
the
3
hundreds
a.m.
in the
here.
So
So that'll be
it's a skill
5:30.
thing
Yeah,
that
that'd be
stops
about
you
right.
getting PU straight away. And then the other thing is,
I'm
lots of it
anticipating
ties
that
in
they'll
together
probably have
with
3
other
ships again
systems.
this year.
So
A half
it's
hour
not
for
just
each ship to
flight
talk about what
mechanics,
it's going on.
it's
Probably
UI,
1 in
HUD,
concept,
radar star,
1 for
quantum,
release today,
changes. And you
maybe,
have to get all of that together in
and
one.
1
You
that's
can't
in
really
development.
piecemeal it. You just won't get
Yeah, but
a
then they're
great
also going
experience
to
if
want
you
to
go,
talk about the
oh,
other ships,
here's
like
another
the Hull
here's another
C, the
bit later, we'll drop it in
BMM.
one big
So they're also going to want to expand on those as well. So it's probably
Recently they did that Inside Star Citizen where they brought us up to date on a lot of the ships and like how they're going. Didn't they just recently do that?
Yeah, but there were a lot of ships there that were in that. There was only a couple. There was like 3 or 4 ships. I would expect us to probably get a bigger review on like all of them.
As with game development.
Oh, true. So yeah, so maybe they'll do like
ones that
15
change
minutes
over
on
time.
each new ship that's coming out.
Change the camera.
Keep it brief.
There'll be ones that keep going.
45 minutes.
15 minutes each.
obviously
Yeah,
feedback's
probably
a
about good. Yeah, and then
thing.
probably that'll be.
It's very hard to.
So
There'll be like
out
5 minutes to 3 minute
so much
chunks
internal
of
testing you can
information on
do.
ships coming out.
Yeah.
You need that feedback.
So like it'll be 15 minutes per
I do
new
wanna
ship.
say to,
That'll be
folks
45
who
minutes, and then
watching,
probably
wherever
another
you're watching,
45 minutes talking about like the Hull
67
C, the
ships in
BMM,
Squadron was
all the other
not a
ships.
confirmation that there are only
That are
67
in
ships
concept and
Squadron.
in development, yeah.
We'll confirm that
Yeah.
stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just delete a couple times and. All right.
Also, you'll probably have about an hour for power management,
So we've
and
been bouncing back and forth
and then
between
you did half an hour
really
for
hot visuals with the planets of Pyro, and then gameplay stuff with investigations, and back to the really hot visuals with the underground facility, then back to the solid gameplay stuff with the flight experience. Up next is another really solid visuals.
Salvo Flag Festival looked really good.
Laura, beat me a camera.
we haven't seen anything about Ruin Station yet.
Lorville. Star Citizen's first
Yeah.
landing zone. We've learned a lot since it was first put in. We've built Microtech, New Babbage. We've built Orizon on Crusader. We even went back and redid Area 18 on ArcCorp. But Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen. And with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt, and I was going to say kick names and take butt, I almost messed that up, and then I messed it up trying to explain that I didn't mess it up. They're getting ready, they're already underway building a brand new Lorville Redux. So we'll send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxime Guidon. I had it, I was so close.
So close.
And they can tell you all about it. Ooh, and Ian Leland, check it out.
I've heard this is really good from my guy.
Hello, my my name's Ian Leyland and I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about an internal initiative called Lorville
Interesting to
2.0.
see how this
Now with Lorville,
will
and
look in comparison to what they showed us 2 years ago.
It was probably the first
Yeah.
major landing zone we'd have ever had to do. It was the first
So,
time we
from
put
my
I was
guy,
at the power
landing
management. My
zone
bad.
on a planet, and we had the
so my
player
guy
fly
said
there
that
with
this is going to be
minimal
closer to the
restrictions,
keynote that
although
we
it did have
saw
that really
about
good,
4 years ago.
fly zone. But when we did subsequent landing zones, we built up a bit more of a knowledge base and experience base about how we can effectively introduce cityscapes. So Area 18, New Babbage, Horizon, we all...
Is it me or like the city lights more
So we always
pronounced?
wanted to go back internally.
It's probably
I think they're showing us right now
Into
like
Lorville.
what
To
it looks
start
like
us off,
currently.
I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal concept
Yeah,
artist.
probably
and he
just an
can show
update
you
on the lighting engine.
Hi,
I know
my
there was
name
an
is
update for the
Eric
lighting engine in
Gagnon. I'm
3.17.
a principal concept artist for Star Citizen and Turbulent in Montreal, and I'm here to talking about the Lorville
You're
2.0.
probably fine. This is also probably running Gen 12.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Here we go.
When I started to work on the concept, initially what I did is to create a variety of sketches, black and white sketches of a different approach of that city. We create a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on that is for mainly gameplay issues, because we would like to make a gameplay in interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience to flying through that. Yeah, so after the sketching process and get some approval, I need to know very well the footprint of that city. We build a city from a human scale, you know. We have nothing in that city, they build in a gray zone. So everything is built from that unit, and it's built from the unit of the CBD. So this is mainly the two main unit I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of lengths and distances to respect. So this is why I used the 3D basis to working on that. So I need to make sure that the ratio of everything fits well to approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and to see if the skyline makes sense. So this is a good challenge to play with that, and I think I did a nice job on that, because at the end, what the feeling we have, it's like a real city. So I use my 2D background in concept artist to make the best as possible concept art with all the techniques inside of it, 3D, paint over, sketching.
Feels very Blade Runner.
And at the end, I was needed to create a very speechless concept to sell the mandate to the people involved in that, and they make sure they believe on that project, and they could say, well, okay, now we are a Lorville 2.0 and we're ready to moving on that.
Thanks, Eric. There's some beautiful image there, and we had a lot of fun internally developing that cityscape. Now, we're not just in concept development. We've actually just passed our white box milestone internally, so we're going to jump over to Max, and he's going to show you where we're at.
Bonjour, mon nom est Maxime Guindon. Je suis chef environnement artiste sur le projet Star Citizen. Mon mandat en ce moment est Lorville 2.0. Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Star Citizen, à toute la communauté en fait. Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez m'inspire énormément dans mon travail. From the concepts done, it was time to start it in engine, and we've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial Lorville city, up to something that matches the ambition. For instance, we are keeping the L19 area, we are keeping the CBD, we are keeping the spaceport, and we're building upon this and just extending the city. We've done several tests with the transit system, the rails, and we try to extend it out a bit. We're keeping the same number of gates.
This looks fucking sick.
Moving them out. And
Spaceport needs work.
throughout these
I'm sorry.
tests, we've built the city as just placeholder, white box, very primitive, to have this layout, this fast iteration of the whole city done, and then that we could see it and get feedback on it. So it will feel more like a believable city. We hope it to be fun to fly around and like to actually do some races in it. We're building arches, bridges, and like underpasses, and it makes it interesting to be able to fly around. We see the community of players. They're doing like emergent gameplay of races, and that inspires us. And then the way that we're building the city. We are starting now the gray box. We have like Montreal's tools teams now that are working on like Houdini tools, and we're chatting with them, see what we could use from the library of tools. There will be several areas of like a higher level of detail, especially around landing pads on rooftops and lookout areas. And these are the places where the players will be able to land. These will eventually connect to the interior spaces that will be built later. And in that sense, Lorville will be ready for those interiors. We started as a team of 2 artists working on Lorville, and now we're 5. And we could even be like more soon. Each artist has slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance what we're doing, make it kick-ass. So that's really important. So I hope you'll like what you see, and we can't wait to show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate, because it's gonna make such a huge difference.
Thanks, Max. That's looking great, and hopefully you guys can kind of see, even in a white boxing format, we're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Lorville probably one of our best yet. And we'll be showing more soon. Thanks for letting us showcase that for you today. Enjoy the rest of the show.
I didn't realize it was that drastic of a change.
I was going to say, John, did I not tell you, 4, 6, 8 weeks ago? Lorville.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that drastic as well. That's pretty big.
Wow.
I told you guys, 2 months ago, it was
Did
doubling.
they finally remove restriction zones so we can fly wherever we want now?
Yes.
That would be nice.
Holy fuck. I told you guys it was doubling in size.
Hurston's doing some upgrading.
Yeah. Holy shit.
I want the interior zones. I want to go into those big buildings and have gunfight.
Taking the one that had the most egregious no-fly zone, and you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I want to ask you the same question I asked John Crew. Is this BS, or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And you know, no-fly zones, you know, they were there for a reason at the time, but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better player experience with that regard. And if you see it, how we
thank God they're getting rid of the fly zones.
then we started thinking, okay, there is a slightly different
Yeah.
way. Because ultimately, that
Although I
no-fly
did
zone
see in the
there is
footage when
for
you
a
get
reason.
too low,
It's not
they are
because,
still there.
oh, you know what would be
They've
really
just
cool, right?
drastically
It's like,
dropped the distance.
you know, we want to keep the player experience.
Yeah, I
in,
personally
you know, the
think if you're
maximum
no
level,
like
so it's there.
there should be
But
areas
for
that are like
Lowville, as
technically
you've
no
seen,
fly
you know,
zones, but it's like if you stay there too long,
we
you get a
want that
crime
experience
stat
to be as
or something
low
like
as
that.
possible, to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings. And it was always something like, as we progressed through the landing zones, it was always like, one day we'll get back to Lowville. So I'm super happy that we're seeing this now.
And you know, we discussed the art pipeline for years. We would do, you know, like I said, we're here for celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. We've been talking about how games are developed, and we've gone through the pipeline a number of times, from white box to gray box to stuff. Where would you say Lorville is? Obviously, what we were just seeing there is not finished.
Final art, we're in the final art phase. So basically,
I hope the resource management is not as short as this just was.
Interestingly, grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art. You know, so we're always trying to keep the team on the toes. But grey boxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines, and it's kind of. But when you're using kits, and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditionally grey boxing. So we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lowville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, you know, really good engine look dev. I mean, you're seeing hints at the potential in engine, but there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
But to be honest, the one thing that we
That was a
want
look at
upgraded
Lorville's
is Port
Redux,
Alpha.
just on another step on our journey to
Yes.
4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and we'll know which as we get closer to development. Anybody that's followed the project long enough knows that that's how this works. But everything
Because we can't develop one thing and stick on it for long enough to make sure it makes it into one patch.
In the pipeline, being developed now for 4, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3.
Well, it's not just that, but there's different levels of
And before we jump to this,
development
want
of done on
to shout out a
different
couple of
things.
the other promotions that are going on. The digital goodies pack.
I
is
know, it's
going
just
out there.
frustration.
You get
I know.
a Finley plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and register account.
I
and,
would say the
pick up any
underground
one of the
facilities is
packages or
probably going to be a
whatnot, and that
4.2,
stuff's yours.
4.3.
The Toby Eye
I
Tracker
would say
contest is
Lorville's
going on right
probably in
now.
4.4,
Send us your
4.5.
in-game watch party
Well,
screenshot.
I mean, they already have the
I know there are a
concept
number of
gray
watch
box
parties,
working on the
going
underground
on right
facilities.
now. Shout out to the
I
folks
really
down in
hope
San
they're
Diego,
4.0.
who I saw on
I
Twitter
really hope they
earlier.
just make that a
The JRDF
straight
contests are
focus.
I think
Because
you'll
releasing
I
that
think
for
you'll be
4.0
after 4.0.
create a ship model
I mean,
using
if you release
only
that with 4.0,
ordinary
it's
and
such a
random
massive
household
boon to
objects for a
gameplay and
chance to
bringing
win.
players into the
They
game.
make these models that you
Yeah,
see
it might
here,
be a 4.1 or something
the
even.
wonderful
You know, like even if it isn't 4.0, it might be like really close
Ian's
after.
camera. I'm gonna put this in
We'll
there.
just have to see
Yeah,
what happens.
Oh, it's not in
Yeah,
focus.
just
Hold on,
get
let me
just
closer
get
to his
pyro
face.
and serpent
Where do you
meshing out there.
There it is.
That'll keep us mellified for a little while until we can get the rest of it, you know?
Look at my Starcitizen dragonfly in focus because I'm holding it near Ian's face. Isn't that great?
Did you just smell it?
What did it smell like?
I want to start kitting Dragonfly.
JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check it out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack, a Freelancer, or a Cyclone. And then don't forget the Halloween promotion is going on right now with scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite. I think every single winner we've ever had has been from Texas. I don't know why that is, but they take their pumpkin carving very seriously down there. All right, so we've rambled on enough. Let's throw it to the next presentation. Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to put this, I'm going to make the audio guy, I was holding it in my hand because I got up. I'm just going to put it there. It's going to be safe. Resource management. What did I want to say about this? Okay. When I backed the project back in 2013, 2014, before I came here, the thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay. That positional experience of a captain and a navigator and an engineer and a comms person and run down and put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and fix the fuses and stuff like this. That multi-crew experience has been what drew me to the project, first as a backer until I came in to do this on a spaceship. Did I mention I have a spaceship? I have a spaceship. And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been wondering, when's going to be the day? Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan Truffin and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game. So buckle up.
Oh, he said my favorite word, capital ships.
Away, Dan and Thorsten.
Dude, we need this just for the machinima. This is what we're waiting for.
Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Lyman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management.
I've been waiting for this for so long.
Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships, where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way more interesting than what we have right now. And from that, we can move on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships rather than destroy them. Missions like Siege of Horizon will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can suddenly scale a lot bigger than what we have right now. And the reasons are that we have more control over the powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates these functionalities.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations in space, where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs. And this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually keep that loop engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship trying to change fuses, repair various things that have broken down. You will have tactical officers moving shields from one side of the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the pilot is going to be doing his job trying to move the ship out of harm's way, The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope is true multi-crew gameplay. And for all of you out there that are waiting for the Idrises and Javelins and want to use these ships, this is a system that is going to make using those ships possible. So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly this is.
DMM.
Resource management can be broken
I think
down into
Fez just
several
nutted in his
key
pants.
elements. Power energy resources, life support, item maintenance, relay handling, access control, and gravity. So let's start with power energy and resources. The players can choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power, fuel, coolant, heat generated, in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall, prioritizing certain items and their resource consumption.
Life support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to in your ships now, since atmosphere is finite in all the spaces that you might discover. And here, the life support system is a key factor. Here, the life support, you have to maintain it, meaning you have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you, or the temperature is actually increased to a human livable factor, so you don't freeze to death or you are not cooked.
As part of item maintenance, the player will be able to control items throughout the ship, turn them on, turn them off. They will be able to remove broken items and replace them with new items, or sometimes dodgy items, depending on their income. They will be able to control which sub-items
That's the repair bay.
Installed in those items, either as fuses or subcomponents that give them various bonuses to that specific item. They will be able to run
repair pay,
repair gameplay, and replace broken fuses when the item stops working or takes enough damage.
Relay handling is the actual management part that you, as the engineer on the ship, you have to do there. It's basically defining these circuits in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships. So a relay is something that defines which items are connected to each other. And what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control, we're introducing ship roles. The captain will be able to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates, and for example, say one of the player becomes the engineer, which gives them specific access to certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun or all the guns on the ship.
And finally, gravity. So gravity is a concept that you experienced already in every ship. So there's always a ground.
There we go. That killed the idea of people having to take multiple roles.
And we would like to give you some more control over that. So because it requires some energy, and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity. Or there might be other use cases where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
So if it wasn't clear by now, the scope of resource management touches pretty much every aspect of life in Star Citizen. So we're doing a lot of talking, but I bet what everyone would like to know is, where are we with all of this right now? Currently, we have working in-engine prototypes of the following systems: power, gravity, life support, and the relay network. With a power system, we can overpower and underpower items. We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship. So we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need. Creating your own resource path is basically defining the routes, or the most efficient routes that the energy or the resources have to take throughout your ship.
We can also demonstrate many aspects of the life support system, including making new players suffocate. Fire expulsion.
Did anyone else just lag and get a buffering?
Yeah.
I'm a buffering too. Oh, Star Citizen crashed. Technical
30K!
difficulties. Yeah. Star Citizen just had our 30K on stream.
Actually, I think that's Twitch.
Well, I would say something and end their chat, but I'm currently banned, so I can't really say anything.
Ah, man.
I know, it sucks.
It buffered, then unbuffered, then rebuffered, then unbuffered.
Yeah.
Damn, getting to the good part.
I know, right? Because I talk about a frickin' cliffhanger.
Fucking Twitch died. I'm getting the nut like this.
Oh, we're back.
No video.
We're back.
Refresh? What are we gonna do?
No, it'll come back.
Refresh it. Yeah, refresh, and you should be caught
You
up.
don't need to refresh it. Mine's just come back.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Said mine.
I've got advertisements.
Venting and filling rooms with atmosphere.
That's why I said don't refresh. Because you get an ad.
Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the engineering station will allow the players that are engineers to, see how everything's connected, what's knocked out. And you gotta buy these additional parts if you don't want to be ripping things off of your ship.
Exactly. Either that or not salvaging them off of other ships.
Yeah, I was going to say salvage or buy them. Oh, wow. So vacuum. Yep, okay.
Gravity
that's
control,
cool.
yay.
I wonder if eventually they'll send that to a percentile. Like they'll have this like main thing, but then you can percentile change.
Yeah. That would be nice.
Yup.
I imagine the GUI on this is very much just a basic GUI just to let them test things and make sure the system works. I would expect the GUI to be a lot more advanced.
I'm assuming that where they're slapping the fuses aren't exactly where they're going to go, but they're going to be inside of like a panel somewhere.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, some sort of storage device or something. It'll be like a closet or something.
Complex. We do not want to rush it. We want to just get it right and get it right from the beginning. So let's talk about what's next for the resource management system.
As you can tell, resource
It'd
management
be nice for salvaging extra fuses and then selling them on the open market.
Everything in the initial release. But this is what we're aiming for. Interactable and accessible items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing, defining control groups that will be accessible through the MFDs, allowing people to create presets for your resource network for each ship, an engineering UI with at least a list or schematic view of your ships, external engineering screen for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with the press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets. And after the initial release,
When networking comes online, I would like it if there was a logistics ship that could see the relays of every ship in a fleet.
We started talking about resource management.
And they can logistically say, hey, this ship, I don't know if you noticed, your power's going out. What's going on?
The old pipe system, and this has been an interesting.
That could be an expansion on the scanning.
To see the fruits of our labor.
Yeah, it could be like its own ship that's kind of like the Crucible, but for like keeping tabs on all the information on the ships in your fleet.
Well,
that sounds like a command ship more than a logistical ship.
Yeah, but maybe make it for like a Terrapin or something like that, or even just like basic information for basic scanners.
Ever worked with.
Yeah.
Such a groundbreaking feature.
It could also be useful for like pirates then too. I think they can attach that to hacking and see what people's networks look like before they attack.
Into this direction where we are heading right now.
Oh, what's that? What's that?
Finally have all the tools in place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay. And
ooh,
not gonna
give.
Decisions
give.
Oh, fine.
Freaking give.
Every decision counts. This is the stuff that
Multi-crew on Idris is going to be
makes me really proud of
crazy.
Thank you for
yeah.
From this long to just get the hammerhead down.
We hope you're happy with all this progress.
Imagine what it'll be like on the Banu.
Banu's going to be a headache.
Yeah.
This Star Citizen Singapore card is really cool.
I still kind of dig it though.
They've just been staring at me playing with it for the last 18 minutes.
It even has like 4 decks
that was Dan Truffin
and like
Carson Lyman
multiple
talking about
rooms.
The resource management system, and joining us to follow up on it is
Oh, let's cut the power to the brig.
Guys, this has been a long time coming. I know we still.
That's where I tell the Marines you are free to shoot on sight.
How exciting is this? This is
very.
Yeah,
like
just
it-
vent the
this
atmosphere of the
brings the
brick.
interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. You know,
Their
so,
crime is
like you
existing
said,
anyway.
With the multi-crew stuff, but
there you go. Now you're thinking
again,
my
it's,
language.
It's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting it in environments.
Oh, you got to keep them in the cryo
this
chambers,
is
you
what's
know.
necessary
Brig's not good enough.
to have player homesteading. You know, one of the components. It's not the only
Well,
thing.
Nah.
But it's
Take them to a slave
it's about
slowly.
just bringing the interaction into the environment.
There
so
we go.
So the AI
Sell
will
to the
react,
slave
player
market.
reacts. You know, like it's having
Jabba, I have new workers for
interaction level
you.
that you don't normally get in games. So that's
No,
what we're looking
they
for.
are not
Being
workers.
able
They
to
are
make
livestock.
You know, imagine Siege of Orison, but being able to actually assault the platforms and, and depower the platforms. You know, missions that can take place inside the landing zones where you can cut power to buildings and stuff like that.
Just to remind you guys, I am streaming and you are talking about slave auctions. Just FYI.
As they said in the
In
segment,
game.
the first place this is going to come
I'm just
is
In Minecraft.
I would like
in Minecraft.
What's the first
I'd like to stay on Twitch a little longer if you don't
So
mind.
first version
No.
is going to be a lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now. Hammerhead, Hulle, Star Runner, just to prove out a few things, because naturally some ships were built a long time ago. Ones in recent times.
Oh yeah, Star Runner.
This sort of level of detail in mind.
Star Runner needs a
But yeah,
lovely
you'll have all these
update.
components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays.
Well, we're
do all
using
this
it in the
management.
machinima, so
Something really cool in that video was all
Hammerhead and the Star Runner, both are good,
stuff.
good,
Like I say,
good, good. We need them.
It goes from just being a ship you're on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that multi-crew gameplay. You're not just limited to be, I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner, that's about it. Now engineers and support roles are going to have a huge part to play on ships, because things will go wrong, and if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very bad time for all involved.
Yeah, like I said before we set it up, this is the aspect of Star Citizen.
It's right about now. Fez is starting to melt his carrot and his interest because he's realised he's not going to be able to fly this thing on his fucking own.
UPU and everybody that's contributing.
You better
to this,
watch
it's super
me.
exciting to see it really beginning to
Tries to
evolve.
do it all by himself.
John,
be
I
used
said
tangibly in our
I come
prototypes
across
and
an
stuff like that.
Idris floating dead in space with one life form aboard, running around frantically trying to fucking repair relays and shit. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
This is the part of the
We're going to be like messaging Fez, like, "Do you need a help?" He, but no, I got this. I'm fine.
So we've ping pong from.
We'll be like, all right, we'll go in and do the new underground facility bunker mission, and we'll come back in an hour and let me know how you go.
We've only got one more scheduled presentation left. Ship Talk, Talking Ship, our annual celebration of vehicles. New coming to the pipeline, vehicles coming straight to flyable things, something in the middle.
No, Twitch broke again.
That's going to star John Crew and
Never
Ben
mind.
Curtis and Paul Jones, and I'll let
Jared,
them,
stop breaking
take it away.
Twitch. Wait,
Well,
what section is this?
Just on my
Ooh.
it's 32,000 people watching.
Oh, on
Talking.
mine it says 25.
Yeah, there's multiple servers.
This year, I'm
Yeah.
once again
Still,
joined
that's
by
those are good numbers.
and Paul Jones, concept art director, and this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years,
Give
we'll
ships.
be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today.
Ooh, something being announced today? Ooh.
And then the fan favorite, the pick a ship or vehicle concept.
Yay.
ships. To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on.
Ooh, I want that ship so bad. That looks so cool.
The two-person crew.
I'm
level,
totally getting
and
that
does
one.
A wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel.
Lame.
And the Freelancer series. Those are all similar sized ships to this, and they also cover similar sort of roles compared to.
I want the
Cutlass
Spirit.
and
I
Freelancer
want the
series,
Spirit.
The Spirit benefits from not only Crusader Industries' sort of stylish physical appearance, but also their renowned.
Oh,
speed
holy shit! That thing looks fucking legit.
So we have three variants of the
Dude,
Crusader
I want
Spirit.
that
We
so
have the
bad.
C1, which is the cargo hauler version.
I just got
We
so
have
fucking
the
hard.
A1, which is the
I've been
light to
hard,
sort of
but
medium
oh
bomber
god,
version.
that looks amazing. I want that so bad.
One of the really nice features of the Spirit series as a whole is the front half of the ship is kind of like this shared area, and it's the rear
Instant buy.
section that swaps out.
So the C1 is the cargo hauler version. This comes
It's
with 48
for
SCM
sale
cargo
right now, by
capacity
the
in
way.
central area. Accessible like the other versions.
Oh god, that skin looks so cool.
Wide enough to allow a variety of
Dude,
vehicles on board, such as the
that skin looks sick for the
you won't be
ship.
fitting larger things in it, like the
Holy
tank.
shit!
However,
This thing looks fucking awesome.
But I love this. 1 to 2 players.
I love this so much. This looks so sexy. Oh god.
sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs. They are arranged in
Holy
two
shit.
vertical
Whoa!
dropped formations.
That's awesome.
The central area.
Yes.
Dude, this ship could be used for drop ship. Just saying.
Oh yeah.
Drop out of the bottom of the ship.
You do a bombing run and come where you bombed and drop people off.
Oh god.
I think it's
I'm
much
gonna
kind of smaller,
faint because
faster
this is so
ship,
sick.
So it's much more agile. You're gonna be kind of getting in and
Yeah,
out.
dude.
And you know,
I have already bought one that was so quick. I haven't spent money so fast.
familiar in that sense.
Thank God for credit. Yes, it's on sale right now as a concept with skins.
And it really depends
Are you
on what you
concierge?
want to wipe off the face
I
of
am.
the planet that you
Do they
want.
have any
Obviously,
concierge
V2
specials?
has both
Yes.
heavy
Yes.
hitters and
What's
what
the
could be
concierge
described as
special?
carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely
I know.
Yeah,
Are they
it's
like
like
50
just
bucks or 90
And
bucks?
lastly, we have the E1
175
solely exists to give
for
Jared
a
over his
credit.
Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
VIP1 is a really interesting module. It's basically split into two levels, and so we really wanted to sort of have that VIP experience.
Oh my gosh!
I think
It's like
my
a first class. like airline.
I think my Redeemer just got replaced so hard.
Your redeem token?
No, the EA just Redeemer got replaced so quick, so hard that it got bumped into Star Citizen 2.
Makes the E1 stand out compared to some other ships is the kind of the large panoramic glass roof.
Yeah.
So when you're in this kind of shared VIP area,
Oh my
you'll
gosh.
be able to kind of like explore the
CCU game, let's go!
in something that I think is going to be quite unique.
CCU game,
And we
hyperdrive,
also have,
engage.
the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module, which is basically where players can go and.
God, the spirit looks so beautiful.
Cocktails.
Yeah, dude.
And then players will also have.
Oh, I mean, these are probably going to be so easy to acquire in game, though.
I know, but still, it's awesome.
Getting our players
Ah!
into these ships and being able to kind of explore the verse and you know.
Dude, the A2s are going to be perfect for like Jump Town. Because you don't got to worry about a small, slow moving fucking.
There are a number of shared
You could just drop them and run.
Sort of core of the ship changes with each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So
Yeah.
like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side
Well,
pilots.
no, because this ship is going to be like what? The same size as the Mercury, right? So
have the variants.
It's the same size as the Freezer and the Cutlass.
okay,
Yeah.
well, yeah. So that's even better. That's like not too big, but yet not too small. That's like just right.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that!
Look
That
at
looks
it.
so
It's
awesome,
so small.
dude. I'd love the concierge skin for it.
Production pipeline to something nearing the end of the pipeline. Let's talk about the Drake
48?
Corsair next.
Wait, there's a different. There's a different
Corsair is a
variant.
Yeah, there's different variants.
Multi-crew exploration gap. In
Which
their
one did
lineup.
I
You've seen
buy?
a lot of
Shoot.
Drake ships of various usage
I
and
bought
roles,
the A1. Which one is that?
In
Just
this
do the
size
triple
class,
cap.
You naturally
That's
have
about
the
a bomber.
Constellation
Oh,
600i
well,
as
fuck
the
me.
Oh, this Corsair looks sexy.
Ooh,
What?
Corsair.
Rugged, overwhelming amount of firepower.
Okay, I'm
John, I take it back.
melting.
Yeah,
John,
I'm
I take
melting
it back. I like it.
I'm melting my Prowler and I'm getting a Corsair.
Good. You should.
A medium.
Mainly because it's still shiny and it's new.
John, I apologize. It looks good.
Yeah, I told you it would.
The concept art didn't wow me. It was boring. Seeing an
Well,
engine though, it's like
from civilization, away from
the thing that drew me to Corsair is it's a practical ship.
those deep areas of space. It brings that sort of no nonsense.
Okay, so
approach.
Why does it look so phallical?
You know, if
C1 is the cargo variant.
Cargo.
you have to cut back to a main dealer to get.
Yeah, C1 cargo,
E1 is
bomber,
what?
executive and touring.
Get back on running, or just fix some duct tape.
It's like your private jet.
The ship. Well,
Don't mind if I do.
See the sort of
Your shuttle.
DNA
I'm getting like all three of them.
Can you imagine touring Pyro 4 and 3 in the executive edition.
Easy fix kind of feeling. It's loaded with guns, loaded with turrets.
Well,
it has some really interesting.
See you 300i.
Inside it, so I think players will really dig.
I like my 400i. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Is the way they fold up. This isn't done purely for style. Being Drake is more there for function. It allows you to get in and out of the
Yo, I hope they
hangars,
show
much
BMM.
easier. We put quite a lot of effort into keeping that really iconic exterior.
God,
kind of
they are
silhouette
saving the best for last, and I think I need new pants now.
Still making it functional and making sure it works. At the moment, we're just kind of finishing up on final art. Most of the exterior has had, the majority of it. It's
I don't know the spirit, man. It's gonna be hard to beat the spirit.
Oh, I know, but still.
They have to show us something that's gonna be released playable today, though. They were saying.
It's in a good place, so I'm really excited.
Something in between.
So let's take a look inside the
something
ship.
later.
And once again,
I think I know what it is.
On the inside of the ship, we start right at the front on the cockpit.
It can't be the.
Oh wow!
The Corsair has a tiny fan.
Right up front.
That makes it better.
Classic kind of Drake stylings. The co-pilot gets in the seat behind them
Oh.
and actually sinks down into the floor. That transition from the main cockpit area into that kind of
Pull that fuse out behind your head.
section. It's
Accidentally powers down the whole ship.
Not the first fuse, the second fuse.
Dude, those are some big ass guns. Shit.
Yeah.
I think those are size 3s.
A nice place to be. In the rear of the
Maybe
cockpit, we've got
4s.
the captain's quarters. So the captain's quarters is
They're trying to be a competitor to the Constellation, so it has to be size 4 gimbal, size 5 fixed if they want it direct.
Yeah.
Competitor.
Was that
But it
a
means
captain's
weight.
hat that I saw?
Here,
I think I just saw a captain's hat in that guy's room.
Really at the kind of like the neck of the ship, effectively.
The side turrets have changed a little since the concept phase.
God.
They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage. To
Please tell me these have a more degree of freedom.
Each way, you're now looking at 90 degrees pretty much.
Thank
so it's a lot more effective,
God.
Especially for
Look at that.
Which, again, the Corsair has so many guns pointing forwards. Having an extra 2 turrets is.
I just bought the C1 and the E1.
We've got you've got the remaining 3 crew quarters.
I melted my 400i for it
They
now.
are no frills. You've got a bed. You've got
Oof.
somewhere to store your gear, and that's pretty much it. The main habitation area.
Oh,
New ship,
God.
If anything,
I just got paid. This is bad.
I just got paid and the paying check's already gone. God, thanks, CIG.
The kind of chow line for all your food and everything you need to survive, and then right in the heart of the
God,
area,
I can't get over on how the spirit looks. That looks so sexy, so slim.
Yeah.
And it's so small, it could be ready in like a year or less.
As we move back,
I freaking want this for a 3.18. That would not make it worthwhile taking a time off of work for that.
Of the ship itself.
It's sort of this octagonal, hexagonal space with a few little.
Man, I fucking love the sleek look of the
I know.
C1.
It's
You're calling the Corsair sleek?
No, the Spirit.
Oh, the
The
Spirit, yeah.
Spirit,
I'm saying,
yeah,
like, the Corsair, man, this thing looks like you're stuck in a data center that hasn't been updated in 5 years.
Yeah.
Up to the roof.
A 1980s data center.
That's perfect for oh, nice.
You can go on the roof?
Dang,
You
that
can
thing
snipe
has a sunroof.
Look at that! Look at that!
You could fit a frickin' dude. I so want this ship now.
You could put a Nova in there.
No, not quite. It's too.
Oh no, it's too short. Way too short.
If you're a fan of Drake,
Not on unless CIG gives us a smaller light tank, then maybe, or like a smaller IFV.
Giving those players who enjoy that Drake experience.
I want my suicide speeder bike.
Slice of the pie, and you'll be able to experience that yourselves at IAE this year. And a vehicle coming later today vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline, we have the Great
Ew.
Cat STV.
Yep, that's the one.
Wait, this is the one that's coming today?
Racing is a cool and fun aspect of
Maybe,
Star Citizen.
but it's kind of stupid. It's basically just a Grey Cat Jeep.
Actually, you know what? I take that back. That actually looks pretty good.
Eh.
Except for the fact that they brought down all the vehicle values just probably to put this in the game.
The speed, yeah.
Is the Grey Cat sports train.
Unless you're on a Drake or a Nox.
What they learned from the PTV, but it brings it.
I'll buy one in game.
The hangers off of the
I won't
tarmac
spend real money on it, but it's cool.
You know, much more rugged terrain.
I mean, if you want an LTI token, that's about its greatest asset.
It's not even
Fair
available
point.
yet. Lame.
So the STV is actually part
Whenever these things become available in the game, they're always like between like 20,000 and 100K. It's super simple to get one of these if you want one in game. Don't spend your money.
We also have a third vehicle lined up to do in the future called the UTV, which is the utility.
It's not even available on the store yet. That's so lame.
We concepted the PTV, and we have the concept for the UTV.
Why do they have a machine gun on that suit? Okay, that one I could see it. But the golf cart?
That's not a machine gun. That's a sniper rifle.
Simple layout.
What am I gonna be like? Golfing at Trump?
No. I think it's just a weapons rack. So you can grab it on the way out.
It's called exotic sports gaming.
Is that what Dick Cheney calls it?
Yes.
Long range shooting is golf for men.
Right.
Wheels are a big feature.
Oh my god, get off this stupid thing. I don't care. It's
no one cares about the cheap electric Jeep, alright?
Oh
We
my god.
want massive capital ships. Bring us capital ships now.
Like, cool, yeah, I'll pick one up, I'll run around a Pyro 4 on it for like 5 minutes and instantly drop it.
That gameplay that is, you and a buddy out.
I mean, racing would be cool with it. I give it that, okay, racing will be fun.
These vast ships that you can explore in space and go off with your big multi-cruise.
I'm surprised it isn't available yet on the store.
Many planets and go exploring.
Oh, it's available today.
But
it's not even available yet.
Yeah. Cargo space in the back, so if you are out
Oh, nice. So they're actually giving it. Okay, that's decent. Oh, and it tucks it in.
Slightly out there, slightly in a safer area.
So you can.
I wonder
if you can jump down, put something on it, and then rush away.
Whatever mission items you need, and get in and out nice and quick.
Oh, I like that hood. Oh no, I'm buying one in game. I'm not spending $50 on this.
A good racing vehicle. It has
I'll spend 50 on the LTI.
It has top speed, and that what makes it.
The only thing I care about LTI having is my BMM, and it's already got it.
About Star Citizen as a whole is it kind of brings a lot of gameplay, and it's not all about combat.
Oh, they also dropped the spirits
one of the things that
Q&A by the way.
Oh, do they have like a concierge scheme for the spirit?
Racing background
Yeah, they do.
we've developed before.
Oh, is it black and gold?
So I think being able to build on that kind of gameplay in Star Citizen is super exciting.
Yeah, racing this will be fun.
If you stick around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing.
And they just changed. It looks like they're working with the new physics engine for the vehicles right there.
Terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today.
At the end of the broadcast. Okay.
John Cruz pick a ship challenge. Oh no.
Finally,
here we
the
go.
most important aspect of these inaugural shows, the pick a ship concept.
You know, they still never finished the last year's challenge yet. Well, actually no, they did because they just introduced the Crusader bomber, so they technically did finish it.
So instead of just
Yeah,
again and pretending
fair.
that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something.
I'm really digging the C1. That's gonna be a fucking no-brainer.
Oh yeah.
The choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling.
Oh, cool. So instead of picking what the ship is, we're just picking the manufacturer that'll make it.
And the RSI Orion.
Ages.
If you know those
Ages.
ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary stepping stone before you jump.
Aegis new capital ship. Come on.
Wait. So it's a mining ship between the Orion and the Mole?
The Mole is the current mining
I
system.
wonder if there's a.
So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also
I would love to see an alien one.
for our ground mining vehicles.
I wonder if there's a battle cruiser they want to tell us about.
Taking on any mining situation that you can come across. So with that, we have three choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have RSI as the first choice. So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo again.
I'm really digging the E1. I'm looking at the brochure page for it.
And then we have MISC, the third option.
Ew, man.
So again, keeping it all.
It's going to look like a freaking penis now.
It's either going to be RSI or MISC. I don't know about Argo being that big.
Ship Talk panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these three options. And that's the end.
I think a MISC would be interesting.
So what was the third option? So it was MISC, Argo,
and RSI.
All right. So the Crusader Spirit is available now as a concept promotion on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website. The STV is coming to the universe at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's,
So they're going to wait to show everything at the IAE.
Pick a ship challenge thingy, I think he
Which will be in next month.
There's a comlink on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship. So, John, recently, you went through and just nuked all the speeds of all the ground.
We can hear someone's background.
Obviously, you did that so that the STB could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on what happened. To talk about it a bit more in depth, it was actually planned for quite some time. As we know, game development timelines go all over the place. So we'd actually done this for 3.18 Ivocati, which sadly did not come out before 3.17.3 went live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds, like 55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road.
Off-road, 120 miles
The Spirit has a tractor beam.
Especially on
Which one? The cargo variant or just like all variants?
We
The
want
cargo
to bring
variant.
The cargo.
down. We want to sort of rebalance everything. Not everything has gone as intended. Like the rocks and the Ursas are not quite where they should be, so we will go back and do more changes. But the idea was people will get to see it in 3.18, so it wouldn't be such a surprise in 3.17.3, which unfortunately is how it turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Spirit looks amazing.
Yes.
Like, when you say, I gotta ask you, when you say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship, that's still not out yet.
Dude, if the E1 Starliner, if that's like the mini version,
what does that mean?
that's gonna be great.
I'm asking for me, not for
Yeah.
people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
So obviously the Starliner is quite an old concept. They didn't do a huge amount of interior.
The Starliner, I think that thing is going to be sick as fuck.
Oh yeah,
what
for
we
sure.
Build on for that. So you're going to have like that VIP first class pod enclosure, Mixmaster.
So just to let you guys know, RSI is currently winning at the moment in the poll.
Ask Tony.
Not surprised.
Yeah, that sort of feel, that
I got it, man. I'm torn between RSI and MISC.
You know what? I think it'd be easier for RSI for it to be developed, since the Orion already has all of its design language.
Concept, and
they're just sizing it down to a large size.
Where's the poll for the?
Internal working name.
Oh, there we go.
I posted a link in general.
Like Argo, they have the Argo Mole, right? And then MISC has the small one, the Prospector. But they don't have anything like large size scale, design language. Where the Orion, they already basically made it twice. So they have the assets.
On the website and stuff at the end of this broadcast.
It could be easier to develop.
I mean, you're starting to see the assets come online for MISC with the whole series and all that. So
right, but the MISC Prospector has those like saddlebags, and those aren't even online.
It's not in active development right now, but when we
and now they have to try and design something that's two ship sizes bigger than the mining vehicle they currently have. The Argo Mole is like one step up, but the Orion technically was already made as a large ship, realized they couldn't do that, and bumped it up to capital. And now they're just going to be basically going back down and making a large version of the Orion with less features. So, if we're looking at time-wise, I think the RSI would be the best.
You can really see like the family lineup, and they each do slightly different.
Might also help with the Orion being built too.
The STV is that beach buggy, dune buggy thing to just razz around.
No, it's really cool. I really like the styling of it. So, if you, we've got one small thing left, and then one rather large surprise left. So we'll do the.
Wait, there's more.
$50 says the rather large surprise might be the quote-unquote
I'll tell you in like 5 minutes.
Video.
Before we get there,
It's not going to be the PTU?
No, Squadron 42 is over.
We explored a lot of the outlaw lifestyle, their outposts, space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those things have evolved in the year since. So get ready, we're going to show us a quick sizzle, and when we get back, there'll be something.
I bet you the surprise will be the video.
Yeah. I bet you it is too, actually.
Oh yes, the video.
So the 50 credits says it's the video.
I'd agree with you, actually.
Ooh, what is this? The ferret likes what he sees, and he is pleased.
That looks like Kirsten.
It's Pyro.
Pyro 2?
This is the one with like the canyon from the Tatooine.
Could be.
Place.
Yeah.
Well, that's Pyro 3.
This is the outlaw things that they were showing us in ISC a couple weeks ago.
Could be, yeah. Could be, yeah.
These guys know what they're doing with that freaking a great cat right there.
So basically, it's like an outpost that was taken over by
outlaws. Ooh, they're growing space weed.
There we go.
Space weed.
With my maze. Hey,
and there's the cryopods for, you know, what we were talking about earlier.
It's for the Bananu.
Why does this music remind me of Halo?
It doesn't.
Javelin!
Oh.
Javelin!
Oh, it's Ruin Station.
No, Ruin.
No.
Ruin.
No. Wait, is that Ruin? Oh my god, that's Ruin!
Ruin Station.
Jesus Christ, that's a huge station. If that was a Javelin, that's a huge station.
Look at the hangars right there on the edge. Oh, that looks great.
Holy
Can you imagine flying the Spirit into Pyro? Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I hope it has the range for that.
This music sounds like Halo, though, I swear.
No, you know what?
I don't think so.
Well,
this reminds me of
touch
Telemar,
Halo.
the asteroid station.
God, look at this place. It looks like Detroit, but better.
That says a lot, bro.
They actually have fire. It is Detroit.
Fire! Oh, yeah, there's a graffiti. 100% located in Michigan. Confirmed.
It could be New York.
Space Michigan.
It can't be New York.
Actually, I'll be. You know what? Detroit. Detroit isn't the worst place. That's Flint, Michigan.
New York.
Flint, Michigan is hands down worse.
No.
Space
New York.
Ohio. There we go, right here. This is Space Ohio.
It's a rather big surprise.
New York is
trust
worse.
me. Your big surprise is coming up soon. Look at that.
Oh, I love this station, dude. I can't wait to play this.
Oh, I'm on mute.
I can't wait to get.
Holy shit.
Shut up.
Never mind.
In this location. Oh, Come on, big surprise.
Oh,
Let's go.
Surprise.
Come on.
Lifestyle, a glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's Citizencon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end. But we've got one more special surprise in store.
Come on, 10 minutes.
So today are two people who probably need no
Come on.
introduction, but we're going to do it anyway.
Oh,
And CEO,
there's
Mr.
Chris.
Roberts.
I might be right.
How you doing?
Well, I mean, if Korea,
Welcome
maybe.
back. You opened the show. Shh. And Squadron 42.
Squadron 42. God,
Yeah,
I freaking knew it.
yeah, confirmed. Yeah.
Confirmed.
Holy shit!
What you think?
You guys owe me 50 credits.
Nah, dude, we all agreed it was going to be that, don't worry.
We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
So Chris, Rich.
You have Squadron
here.
42.
Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Silence.
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out the PU. One thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU, and we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron but to benefit the PU, and we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. You know, we'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so, we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the cage, beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. Hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0 features.
No offense, Jared, but shut the fuck up and play the trailer.
Your experience is different on Squadron.
Agreed.
Talk to me about how that's.
I don't know if they actually are going to play it, because it
Maybe
just sounds
not.
like they're just going to talk about it.
Well, they did say show something, so.
It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer.
Are they gonna show us gameplay features?
Into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue,
One can hope.
if you've been, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years,
HUD? NFTs?
I think we're gonna see a trailer, which would explain why why CIG was, flipping the fuck out Thursday night.
But there would almost be a lag with
It'll explain why the video's been done.
from a singular thing.
Although I heard that video was done years ago.
Yeah. Well, I heard that was a year, so that's why it looked like a year ago.
Get on top and then use the feature.
You would think it'd be better now.
So
Yeah.
I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we're able to get that.
We've already got a
feature. Not as a teaser.
We've already got a trailer. So I think it's going to be I think it's going to be a vertical slice.
And enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it?
You've got a 5-year-old trailer.
And also prove that out with the content
Yeah,
you want. So
but the trailer's fucking epic.
Developed that and honed it and almost cast it in that
Yep.
iron in the crucible kind of thing. We can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but
I had a boat.
not ready, or you can like, bring a few features right now. You think, well, there's not really
Get an underground facility.
Guns is a good example.
They'll give us a official Squadron 42 space yacht.
Work on how to surface. So when it does go into the PU, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, because we struggle a few times. Say, for example,
Everyone who pre-purchased Squadron 42 will receive this ship in Star Citizen.
Broad spectrum of the game.
I mean, I pre-purchased Squadron 42 for $42.
That never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go, and I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down, and then give it to the PU audience. And I think they'll, fundamentally, it's better.
I don't actually have Squadron 42.
Oh wow, heresy.
Shame.
And I think that's a really good point. Is that
if my employer hadn't taken out if the union hadn't taken its cut, I would probably buy it right now. Well, that and if I'd actually got my vacation check on time.
Iteratively with content, and so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back.
I like to buy Squadron, buy stuff that will give you happiness now.
Actual gameplay content, which is what Rich was talking about, to make sure it feels well and right with the to make it in without having to feel like,
swear to Christ. I'm not going to say it on stream.
Quarterly release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams, and so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases. It sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature. And so
less talky, more showy.
Out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished. So it's
But don't get me wrong, it's great that we're hearing this.
It feels good.
But
this is fun. This is challenging. It feels good. Is the benefit I think that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side, because we're sort of telling you, oh yeah, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues. User experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. And we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, we have some core areas where we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around on foot, interacting with things. The vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles, like the sort of need for multiple speeds and
I don't care. Just show.
Which is going to first roll out but it's going to be universal.
Give.
I'd rather you show first and talk later.
Fuck yeah.
That we have. And so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by the vehicle side of the Need for Speed, but you probably saw in the different modes there needs to be more stuff on the HUD, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the HUD and the MFDs. That's going to be very different.
Thank God.
First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist, depending on what your context is. It's going to be, depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cast some stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building this system to work well in all the ships you use in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things, people have talked about the star map forever, or, so that has definitely been a major, there's right now, I think, 3 engineers, a couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make, the new star map, which people haven't had. It's been in development yet. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much improved experience. But all of it, sort of navigation, traversal, combat, the whole feel of it, all things that we're really focusing on here to bring across into the PU after we've got it working really well in Squadron. And so I think ultimately it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to come together over the next couple of years. We're pretty excited, so we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is 2 common themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number 2 is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on it. That all of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that we're fairly advanced along, and so hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that's some of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here.
About time, hurry up! I'm getting anxious.
Have aspects to show. Some things won't have aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said, and whatnot.
Bring your torch and pitchforks!
Will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Asiato because people have
we already
seen
showed one location.
So you guys ready to listen to preamble?
Yes.
Let's start with Rich. You were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction.
The FPS radar is a surprise.
Tell us about how this has evolved.
It's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do? You in your bed. How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the
radar was needed for so long.
Doors, getting into your ship. How do you interact with kiosks? And
especially with underground facilities, they're going to need that before it comes online.
It's something new. It's just something we've all wanted to get to. Is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do? Ultimately in the universe that they're playing, and how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of used this terminology to understand that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things, we've spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and feel right and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things like the props are interactable. Exactly. You can do things, you can push things around, you can move them. The whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe that you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most
Chris, let your designer talk.
Shoot things, maybe you pick up.
Fuck, I know, right?
But you generally most everything's static, and so our goal definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, the whole
micromanage Andy
streaming and server meshing is to have this fully persistent universe that you can push the chair.
Well, to be honest, Chris gets final say of what goes in and what goes out, so I prefer him to talk, to be honest, just because he gets final say.
And it will be
true. It just seems like Chris has a vision, and then the gameplay team comes in and he's like, "That's great, but this is what's possible."
Yeah, pretty much exactly what happens.
Physical puzzles,
So like when he talks, it's like this is great, fantastical things, but like I want to hear from the person who's like working on it day in and day out that knows like
I get
what
that.
they can and can't do.
Traversal game and a combat
get
game
that.
and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into
But
one.
let's face it, we're all here
And
because of Chris,
so,
right?
So we need systems that
Oh,
are
yeah.
easy to use, and currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have
The
a
cup
gamepad?
was in front of him and they told him to move it.
Works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff.
Was there some brand on the cup?
We've really been thinking about
No,
those
it
by
was
the way,
just
have been
it was in front of
large
Chris's
complaints on
body or
the
something like
just
that.
getting new person
Alright.
getting into the game.
I guess because like if
get
there's a
out of
brand on
bed,
it, sometimes
like,
they have
do
to
some
remove
basic
it because
stuff.
it's
How do
like,
we understand?
yeah.
Right now it's sort of
Copyrighted.
trial by fire. I mean,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
there's a lot of people. It's almost like I don't know whether it's a From Software.
They have
thing where it's
Disney
like,
products in the
I
background.
managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen, and I actually got to that
Yeah.
ship.
A lot
But I
of
think
that-
like the full copyright for that product is owned by the Lunchbox company.
big
So
things we've been focusing on, and the player
Yeah, I don't
interaction
know if it
system. And by the
matters
way,
if it's
these
a
have been plans
personal
that have been around
thing
for
or if
quite
it's
a
a.
while, and,
Like Jared
Rich,
might be able to
who
argue it's a personal
in
item
charge of
that
sort
he's
of
brought
core
into the
gameplay
set.
group, which was the AFT and the
But
weapon teams.
like some of their ship designers actually worked on Star Wars,
That was on the
so
list of things
they
to
have
do.
a
It
pretty
just
good connection with Star Wars.
because of what we talked about. The
I
release
mean,
dates and
Scorpius.
Star Citizen on the
I mean, we got the
Alpha,
Scorpius. Can I get a B-wing?
didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting.
Well,
to
one
it.
of the original ship designers was actually a guy that designed
Part of it is
most of the
basically
ships on
removing
Star
the
Wars.
barrier. So removing the
The
clunkiness,
BB
as Chris
wing
said,
would
to
be
have smooth
the
interaction with the environment. So what we've kind of
what
gone
is the
through, we've
name
gone
of
through kind of this weighted
those
system.
ships?
So if
The
you're
Spirit?
walking over to a
No,
trolley,
no, no,
you know,
no.
you shouldn't have to like look.
The
exactly
Reliant
you should be able to
Atanas.
go, oh, I want
That's not the
to.
C-wing, isn't it?
You just want to be able to go
That's
out
the
there
B-wing.
on the game. You go, I want to interact with the trolley.
I thought the
Press F,
C-wing
the
had
game
like the
should know
trifold configuration,
interact with the trolley.
and the
No,
B-wing
that-
was the
Looking at your
bombing
desk,
with
for
like the
example,
Y
you've
look
got
to
quite
it.
a lot of things
No,
that you
that's
pick
the
up and
Y-wing.
take
That's
from
why it looks like a
your level
Y.
one. But
Oh,
you want to be able
shit.
to just walk
Yeah, I'm
over
talking about the
there and
Y-wing
not
then.
have to go into a mouse cursor mode.
I want one of
to be able to
those.
then select it. You should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I
A
want to look at
two-person bomber.
your little mini
I mean, technically
ship over
that's I
there,
guess the
or
Spirit
your
A5.
book or your coffee cup or whatever, and it's you just want to be able to go and look at those things, press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something and you have the user interface to tell you that yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up. And you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of
Doing
the
a whole
fundamental
awful lot of
things on
talking when you
the
said you
player
were going to be
interaction
showing.
experience, and that's such a pervasive system across the entire.
They are showing you Elite Squadron 42, a game gameplay right now, and the fact that we're not seeing anything is because they don't want to ruin any spoilers.
And then on the other side of things, which is FPS radar scanning.
Getting a bit excited there, Fez?
Yes, I am. Sorry, it kind of pops out sometimes.
I can tell.
But I'm still excited over the freaking Spirit. That thing looks amazing.
Yeah, so
I was going to say, I think
Out of
they decided when it came up to talking about capital ships. I think it's been
out of curiosity, guys, like the passenger area on the E2 on the E1, does it look like there might be two levels on there? Like if you go down and look at the cutout.
For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have
It says it holds 6
painted areas to show you
passengers.
where you need to navigate. But
Yeah, no, I'm just saying like the area below like the seating thing, it looks like there might be something below like a corridor and then you got a cabin. It might be like a bathroom. You know, they would keep a bathroom kind of like out of sight, out of mind. No, I'm talking about like you have the seating area, right? And then you have like a little walkway underneath. Oh, kind of like, you know, Crusader, like smuggling.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're thinking it might be a smuggling truck or something?
No, I'm talking it might be like you have the passengers go up into the passenger area and then you have like everything else for the crew.
Getting that information,
And then
it's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next
Yeah, because there's a lift
you've got the other
going
side
up.
of things, which is radar scanning, which is what we're calling like
You
a
zoom in
charge
close
scan,
enough.
where it's the same system, you're holding down the scan button and that's pinging out across wider areas. And that's where you're looking at, individuals, you're getting, you know, you're getting.
They do a whole lot of talking, but I want to just see the damn thing in the engine.
NPC over there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I haven't been edged this badly since I had a fucking 19 coming up. By the bulb and say, how about it?
That's something.
I haven't been edged this badly since the Citizencon, like, what was it, 2017? The slides, the PowerPoint slides.
If it's a
Oh, yeah, that was a good one,
will
actually.
be. And that's all under
See what I mean?
off the signature system
In Gen
that
Chat.
we do for radar scanning of the ships. As FPS, it's all systemic. It's not we have to go.
I wonder what Twitch chat's saying.
This custom setup.
I don't know.
So we
I
have
can't
this
see
kind
it.
of usability aspect
I
of
am
radar
guessing it's
scanning for
probably
people
something
to go
along
in
the
and
lines of,
understand.
show us the
You know, I think
fucking
there's
video.
been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people
Yeah,
let's see here.
you know, radar scanner would do this and show a little
John,
Shut up and
what
full
you're
content. Oh my god. Where is the sandworm?
There's that aspect of it
John,
which
hey,
kind of ties in
what
with the
you
player
are
interactions, how you play the game,
seeing,
and how do you understand what you need to do.
the bottom
And then
is
the other side
the
of things, which
cargo.
then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking into
Is
the
the cargo
environment, what you want.
We have a couple of videos.
hold, and the top
Oh my
is
God,
the
it's brilliant.
VIP lounge.
We have two videos.
Yeah.
Wait.
What's this first one we're gonna look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I described as radar scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave.
No,
and
but it's just
quickly
more
showing you
talking.
the little bits that you can interact with.
Oh.
Yeah, I said two videos.
Look at FPS, AR, and
Here we go.
So
Official Squadron 42
you can
gameplay
see
confirmed.
Here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased.
It's an Asiado station.
This is obviously going in and utilizing some of
Fuck
the building blocks you like for the doors. And then here's a scan wave. You
Oh.
can see that I'm looking at that data
Oh.
pad, and then you can move around.
It's like a
giving you that
smaller
information.
ship
So
scanner.
right now,
That's
it's just
actually
giving you the
that's
basic
cool, but kind of disappointing.
high-level information in terms of the names and things.
I like it.
But you will also have
Yeah.
more detailed
I
information
mean,
depending on
I like
contextually what the
the
item is.
pop-ups
And what you're
for
seeing here is
different
part of the player
items.
interaction system. So you can just,
Yeah,
even though
that's
that's
alright, I
quite a
like that.
complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with.
That's gonna be good for like usability and accessibility.
I can grab that, or I can
True.
It's
grab
going to
the
be
data
good also
pad.
for like trying to find
And
materials
you're
that
not
are
having to
falling
go
on the
into
ground
interact
and
mode, you're not
He
having to
hiding.
stole the
cursor.
salt shaker.
You can go in and just press F or interact with it. And you know,
Not the
you've
salt
probably seen this in
shaker.
Plenty of AAA games, but they don't have the detail and
Something that's been
scale that
missing
we
is
do.
like, you know,
So we
players are
wanted
like,
to
what
make
am I
sure
supposed
that
to do?
system's
How do I
robust.
do this?
But hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of.
And I'd also say that, like,
Yeah, like, hey,
part of the idea
where's
is that
this?
there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're.
Where this piece of paper? Where this guy drop a piece of paper, or whatever.
I do dislike the fact that now it's just you're gonna walk into a room, scan, and if you don't see anything, just kind of leave, and it kind of ruins the exploration. But I guess you can if you want to. And if you didn't want to in the first place, you wouldn't.
To be honest, once the scan had gone off, you still only had the pop-ups of what you were looking at. So you're still going to have to look around, to be honest.
Yeah.
The Pico like highlighted behind the.
Yeah, so some things did, but a lot of things didn't. Like the data pad lit up because I think it was in line of sight, and the Pico probably did because it was line of sight. But things
It
like
just
the
tells you that something's there.
yeah, the pens and stuff didn't because I presume they're out of sight.
They really need a FPS radar, so you know like where you're going, your orientation.
A mini map and stuff. I've been told a mini map is on its way. We've seen
But the idea
stuff
is
before
I just
too.
play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to like do something totally different to it because. You know,
The
people are used to
biggest
playing
thing
games
this
a
is
certain
going
way.
to
It's like,
fix
why,
is like when you're
FPS
mining
games
and
run
your
around
rocks
with
explode,
WASD and use
like
maps,
hand
so
mining.
people are used to it.
You won't have to worry
So
about looking
we're
around
leaning
and
a
trying to
little bit
find
onto
the
that. We're
fucking
trying to make
rocks
it
or the
really
nodes.
usable,
Trying
and
to
You'll
make
be
the game more accessible now.
Yeah.
games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be.
If they make it more streamlined, there's the potential for them putting this onto a disc and releasing it on a PS5.
Is a good point because that's also something we've gone to.
Dude, the PS5 would melt.
We want everything
With
to
like
have
trying
a
to play this
default
game.
action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does.
Hey, you know, it'll be like
But let's say you're
Cyberpunk on
harvesting
a PS4.
and you want, you know, the
Yeah,
default
pretty
action is
much.
that it
You'll
gets
get
input
like
into
5
your
frames.
hand, but you want it to be always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, you know, right click on the item, you know, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and just it will bring up the wheel, and that will replace that list that we have currently right now, and you'll actually be able to remap that in the game, like 3 clicks, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack because that's what you're doing right there. So then you can go in and have it, it allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be by default, but then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting, they just want it all to be store, they can do that out of the gate so it doesn't always go into their hands. And they have that customizability to be able to, interact with the environment and the objects that they're looking at.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Second video.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure. Yeah, play it. So I mean, the second one, essentially, what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. The second half of radar scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area, but you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy, and if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner and you want to find out, you use this.
It's very useful.
Yeah,
I haven't played lots of levels.
Definitely because in Squadron, we're trying to have a certain amount of realism, so you're not just going to go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered and you have to, it's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
Bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back to the point of fun. As you
Well,
said.
there's a lot of fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charge scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that, then so be it.
We can
more
hear
of a
the
PvE
playback.
environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radar scanning and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, on that video is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope. And you can, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wider scope, like Chris said. When we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just going to be able to spam it there forever. It's like you get a temporary picture and you go, cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm going to go forward.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. Everybody knows the struggles of elevating in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legends and Ladders is kind of
the best game I ever played.
It's like a board game. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of Squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds just, it's to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of, oh, it's improved ladders. But again, if you play the Star Citizen right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall, you're locked, you can't look around, you have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it. You're locked in, you can't get off halfway, you can't jump off, you're kind of very locked. So what we've done...
Jump on halfway too.
No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging, and that, you know, even though you're attached to this thing, you want to be able to look around. So you can attach to the ladder, you can jump onto a ladder directly, you can run and jump onto a ladder, you can look around full 360 degrees, you can look around 90 degrees as you're going up. You know, and it's just a lot more fluid and a lot more, you know, it doesn't feel like, oh, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment, you know, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So it's...
Yeah, because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of, I mean, in Squadron, we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in, which will make its way into the PU when all these sort of systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. I mean, you already see a little bit where, you know, you could use a tractor gun to put a crate over or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU. But imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. I mean, even that in the derelicts was really inspired by some of the early work we were doing in Squadron. But there's a lot of like physical and traversal gameplay and puzzles in Squadron, and we're building the systems to also work well with that. And then again, with a systemic world like we have in Star Citizen, where you can move things around and they can persist, there should be multiple ways to solve the problem you're trying to deal with, which is how we've approached the Squadron design. Is like in most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem. To, you know, do you stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting, or is a way that you can, you know, do it without seeing anyone because you've just, you know, taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and so it's little things like this, and I would say, I mean, we've got a video to show, but we're still, you know, like some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So a lot of it is
this is a lot
is the block out, but we have this beautiful motion capture stage here that we will show you guys some point when the Manchester Goods Yards and the stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a updated version of the 2013 tour that I did with Erin, but it will be in a much bigger environment. Anyway, but I would say definitely that, I mean, we could show it, but we got details to come, like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you know, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body and your inertia when you're going up and down on it. I mean, if you cut out to the third person when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the block out animations, but there'll be much more in the final version. But we probably should run the video if we can.
All right, ladders.
So obviously this, as you can see, this is final art.
Absolutely.
So this is taken directly from Squadron 42. No, it's obviously a test map. But you can see here that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still block out phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle or a vault, you can go straight into the pull-ups. And the thing is that what you're seeing here is, while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions in, we don't just necessarily have to rely on you've only got jump, or you only can do vault and mantle.
And right there, we did a jump halfway onto a ladder, and here we're looking around to the left, to the right, and you can jump off the ladder at any point. You can slide down it. You can do all sorts of things.
Wow.
Okay.
We got a bit of a sneak peek.
Thank God, because their caves are horrible to traverse.
Yeah.
The true boss.
Trust me, I
jump
know.
across to get on the ladder there. And again, these are all the
Oh,
blockout
what is this location? This looks nice.
And I wonder what that is. Someone accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But the other thing as
Back
well.
to our spaceship.
Yeah, I mean the other
That's
thing
the
to say
station
about
at
traversal is
Odin.
while we're highlighting ladders and the
Yeah,
ledge grabs
said
and things
oops.
here,
To
the other
put
thing
that,
is that
you
we're
shouldn't have
also,
put that in.
you know, we've taken deep
I think
dives
that
on
part was
things
a mistake.
like the control input. So, for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So, you know,
Well,
for
some
example,
people
if
at
you're
their
sprinting,
studios seem to be getting anxious to show us
you were shooting
anything.
just before you're sprinting, you might be holding
Yeah.
down shift and left mouse button.
Especially when they get
Now,
drunk.
What happens now if you then release shift? You just stop shooting.
Aaron, how was
Sometimes
Korea?
you want it to continue shooting because I'm
Yeah.
still holding the input that I want to do. And what we're
Korea
kind of
isn't
on
real, it
is
can't
is
hurt you.
action queuing, and that's something that we've
Just
got
like the
a whole
birds.
matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from prone to crouch, the transitions, you know, weapon swapping, and so that just you again using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive. So it's something that we're really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls are working for you. It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad or you are using a joystick or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environment.
It was still a bit janky, but
it's something that
work in
we're
progress,
really,
right?
really pushing forward to make
in all aspects, right? Because you know, prone's one of the.
I think it's a great step from what we currently have.
Here, right?
Oh yeah.
The crouching, the various transitions.
Like when they look away from the
right now
ladder to let the players know that they can jump, like the arm should hang out towards wherever they're going to jump to.
To make everything a lot more fluid, you know, looking around on the ladder is a good example. But also,
Yeah, it was mostly the jumping and sort of clinging on the ledge that was a little bit janky to me, but like I say, work in progress, so I'm not too upset.
Push and pull. There's physical interaction. I mean, we should probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of what you would expect.
It's going to show push and pull EVA.
In space, in vacuum, pushing yourself off.
Okay.
For instance, you have momentum now, so if you push off.
It's been worked on since like 2016.
The use of it's far more easy.
Yeah.
Handling weapons and looking around, and some of the tech that we've developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff, and really the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some of
I mean, to be honest, a lot of those systems are, and when Chris says push-pull, he means 0G push-pull, not trolley push-pull. But
we'll talk about that too.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA T2 and 0G, the biggest thing, again, it's just be an EVA right now in the Star Citizen and just look left. You don't have a stability of you know, if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera like tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're like, you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's like, oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which again, you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, you're not upright. You're in more of what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward, so you're not got these legs that, you know, are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, so you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change. But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction, and you push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's kind of similar to the IFCS on the ship.
Oh wow,
so kind of like counters
that's cool.
the forces, and then it allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. Eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships, and that you can take those down.
Well, it's definitely. I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, we
absolutely.
Even in the resource network.
So they're talking about like full-on Newtonian
all
physics,
those tight, intricate
and they've sort of wound it back a little bit, so it's a little bit more fun. I like that idea.
that you can go into those tighter areas, you need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of what, your orientation. And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA2, and to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job.
It'll make you feel more mortal in like Zero-G.
And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term.
Well, I presume, obviously, this is also working into the fact where you're going to have a limited amount of fuel for your thrusters.
Setup is
so you're going to have to use inertia to travel somewhere. And obviously, at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to hold your thrusters down like you can at the moment.
If you don't have one, then it's the physical push-pull. So you can move.
Here's a good question: if gravity is turned off and someone's not seated, and the ship flies forward, do they turn to mist?
So we have this physicalized interaction.
Right, they just get thrown into a bucket.
EVA pack or jetpack.
I can see with like physicalized gravity that they move with the ship, but if you're not with the ship and you're not holding onto anything and the ship flies.
Long term in the PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay.
Yeah, well, technically you would fly into the bunker.
Let's just say there would be a lot of crunching.
Crunch. Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship in that outfit right now, Jared. But I think it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context. Because like longer term, what we want to do in the PU is what you wear is important, right? So right now, everybody just runs around in a big suit of armor, a big space. And we haven't really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, for instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor. You shouldn't be there with your gun on the back. You should have a flight suit on, or you come into a city. You shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there. So we want people to have reasons to wear different things, have storage. That's the whole point of the physical.
Sorry, I'm bleeding.
System, and as we're starting to roll out, more of it's coming in Squadron, and then in the PU, that's definitely coming online. And things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo and everything else. And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage. There's we have a whole system for outfits now that was first going to be in Squadron, but then coming to the PU, it's designed so there'll be a nice sort of locker, almost like a wardrobe system that you can go in and hang up your outfit and switch quickly into another outfit or switch into this
clothes,
space suit
armor, everything.
Yeah, so we want it to be your virtual.
I'm waiting for this tech. That's going to be cool.
As easy as possible for you to manage all these different things that you can wear for different roles, and EVA is one of the minor parts.
Yeah, well, this is where stuff like full persistence comes in, right? This is why they need persistence before they bring any of this shit in.
We should probably run the video.
Yeah.
Bring it back around to EVA at the end like that.
Yeah, but like it's coming.
See what we're looking at.
Oh, nice. That's
Well,
a nice new EVA right there.
Here we go.
The EVA
Superman right there.
Here is that you'll probably see some of it in the third person.
Iron Man.
Not firing because
it's
decoupled.
the old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper. This is a current PU suit versus what we'll have is a new one with the proper pack that has the thrusters in the right position, and when you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually
That's that satellite station.
You're connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here, not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands to move ourselves along, and we're looking around as we're doing that. If we went out to the third person here, you would sort of see us moving our hands around. I think we'll see it a little later on.
Oh, nice.
Here we go. So we're just sort of pulling ourselves along. And if we wanted to at this point, we could stop and we could push off against it, and then we would just go floating out into space. So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
And so what you're seeing here...
he just pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of, you're just floating...
You just see like 6 Marines clawing up the side of your spaceship, all armed to the teeth.
And this
placing a
is actually keeping
charge
you in
on the
this orbit.
screen.
And then if you did, and that's just you just
Right,
push
yeah.
forward and go,
Then
where you can actually jump off into
it's
space.
like, oh crap,
But
oh
then
crap,
this
oh crap, oh
becomes
crap,
one
we're
of the,
getting
if you look at
boarded.
physical traversal where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have 0G push-pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your
This is
EVA
gonna be
pack,
awesome.
which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces, both wide-ranging and both small scale.
So yeah, here's I mean, we were before in first person looking around, but here's us cutting out the third person to actually show you what your character and body's doing. And so there's a lot of, I mean, and these are still block-out animations actually, but so there'll be a lot more like nuance or fidelity to it. But yeah, you have a lot more control, directional.
That looks
sense,
really nice.
Ability to look around, ability to stop yourself. So I think in this one we're going to come up close.
Why don't you release the game tomorrow, Chris?
And you're actually going to see
right.
like if you fly into something, you sort of arrest yourself again, block out animation. But
Isn't this technically supposed to be the alpha? So let us test this stuff for you, and we can give you feedback and.
Put our hands out to brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the glass here. So all of that's like systemic.
No, that's gonna be cool. You're gonna be able to like see the movement of the characters inside and stalk them out, figure out where you want to go and attack from.
Right.
So we've spent a fair amount of time.
Hopefully, no one looks up.
But it's not just for Squadron.
But that's like every sci-fi cliche ever.
Obviously useful in some of the environments of Squadron. This is one of them. Obviously, the acid aerospace. You're going to look down on the slavers that you saw in the earlier scan. But the use of this in the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA,
hey Johnny, why don't you climb on the outside of the Orion, right where the refinery is? We need to remove that relay over there and move it over to the other side. Be careful. Don't get your hand caught in the grinder.
And then, as what we've not been able to show today, which is we do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal or whether it's a hatch to get into a ship, you'll grab onto the handhold, and then instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around, and again, you're not locked in. You can look all 360 degrees. You'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door. And it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments, and fundamentally, it's a lot.
I was hoping for some more Squadron 42 stuff, though.
No, I mean it's massive.
I was hoping for something.
I think there'll be a lot more.
Something more than like
EVA, external action.
It's not over yet.
It's much more stable. I think we'll see a lot of puzzles and traversal.
It feels like they're closing here. Like I think they might spend 14 more minutes.
A lot of stuff down on planets.
If anything.
It'd also be nice to have more like exploring.
Yeah, probably another 14.
More the sort of derelict asteroid bases kind of things and EVA.
Show us cargo refactor.
We all
show us something.
Obviously, you're making these kind of games. That's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent that's an example of us being able to spend the time to really
show us AI working on the servers locally.
It's going to work and bed it in on Squadron.
Well, that's server meshing.
We did 2 or 3 iterations. We did.
That's tick rate for servers.
Well, like Squadron 42 AI, like in the monthly report, they spoke about how like they'll go and search for players, and each of them will converse with one another on what they found, and they'll slowly work their way through a room and stuff like that.
Oh, we just saw them walking around there.
Yeah, but I like to see like more of like the AI tech be shown and more gameplay.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
like they've shown a lot of basic movement stuff.
Videos, I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we're recording as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like that looks just like
Steve Bender.
Yeah, it looks just like Steve Bender crawling around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great, and I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero G.
Yeah, I must admit, it does look fucking good.
No, that's great. I mean, there's some smaller things, like we have one other thing here we have a video for, which is, it's not as big as a system as, like, say, the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
It'd be cool if like you could disable gravity in certain areas of the ship that the engineers will be in to allow them to traverse the area to move items easier.
The thing we can show you here in a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys, the wheels get caught. I mean, just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here. But for the PU, it's actually much more interesting because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our like bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself.
They showed me 10 minutes of updated Squadron 42 like level gameplay. I'd use my pants.
Come up, and then now you can push around a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably not too far in the near future. But this allows you to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid. And now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens? Like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your local inventory of your ship or other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SCU one or whatever, that's sitting there, and now I can place, I don't know, large vehicle
cargo refactor, nice.
I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this container, I could push it into my ship, then I could fly it off to some remote planet and put it next to, where I'm camping out, or longer term where you say maybe a player base or some group of players with persistent decide to take over a derelict or something. And I can like basically load up a bunch of supplies in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever, and put it in there just by doing this. I think the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good, because it will really play into the
trolley tech
and the
confirmed
that are going to come with that. Because longer term with persistence and what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of living, right? Like how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my raw materials? How do I have my weapons? If two orgs are fighting a war over a patch of land, someone's got to show up with extra, ammo and missiles and all that kind of stuff, or weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing and the salvaging and stuff. Okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can do your repair, maybe there's an on-field repair that's happening right there, and someone's changing out a broken weapon for another weapon because you've loaded it up and stored it in your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU. But in the PU, they just have a lot more potential, like the EVA. So.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about trolleys is when we approached trolleys with the physical trolleys was that we wanted them to serve two purposes. One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games, which is, I can move things around, and that allows me to create, traversal opportunities for me. If I'm blocked, I can move a box over here, now I can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies, or I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilised for what we want them to use. And then you've got the other side of trolleys, which is we want them to be used for cargo loading. Now, again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps, the scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. The weight that you're having to physically
hover trolleys.
Physical trolley, which is taken into account. Hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, let's play the video.
Let's see the video.
Let's say the video, and you can
about time to get hover trolleys.
Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod. So
it closes down. It's on the floor. We're going to activate it. Lever takes up now. Grav lev's on. You get hold of it.
That's it. That's it right there. Han Solo, carbonate.
Right.
But as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads.
Frickin', why can't they just release the sub to the PU right now? I mean, this is desperately needed.
And we want physical cargo to be a big deal in the PU, that you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions about how long it's going to take to load it up, not just buy it from a kiosk and it appear in your ship. So this gives us the ability to do that, and like Chris says, move much larger things than what you'd normally be able to push as a human being.
Yeah, I mean, this happens to be just a slaver pod, but obviously you'd be pushing, as long as it's grav lev equipped and has the sort of hover device, then like I said, you could have large shipping containers.
I was muted.
Like that.
I was pointing out, like people have been pointing out in the comments stuff about the Apollo. Like in the concept art, you see like this hatch open up in the bottom, and it lifts up a pod, and like a medical pod up into the ship.
That right there isn't. That right there is not. I mean.
I know it's
that's not hover tech, but that's more or less a drone tech, though.
Because it doesn't actually undulate.
Because drone tech's being worked on right now, though. Well, no, all you need to do is line up the pod in the right spot, and a tractor beam takes it up into the ship.
Right, but we don't have tractor beams yet either, other than just the handheld ones.
So if you have a flat platform,
I mean,
boxes onto it so they won't fall off.
And it's kind of like a fixed one where it's like, okay,
without frustration.
It's only taking, or it's only
some of our design
lifting it and lowering.
Remove the barrier to entry. We're trying to remove the control mechanism, the things that frustrate you as you play the game, and kind of make that a lot simpler.
See this, and all I can think about is Spock and the photon torpedo tube.
That's true.
Very cool. So we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. But let's move up into spaceships.
Yep.
Because spaceships
I
are
do
a
love
part of the experience.
Our heroes.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42, and anything you want to share with us on that.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product, is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is, maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right. Because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases. Right. So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You need to know your G-forces and your heading direction and I need to know my ammo and master modes is a good way of going down that road. Is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal and we want to have combat. So if you've got SCN, combat, if you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not if you're in space. Maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. Your MFDs, if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? Well, you care about your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information
I'm touching my hanger.
At that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to
look. You want to see the ship that you're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that were the big initiative on the vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD systems and basically the display where we're first of all we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD displays. And on the HUD, we sort of took a look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's just too much stuff's there all the time. Well, we want to be more contextual. So, and we're doing this in a overall holistic way that would be probably almost impossible if we were trying to fit it into quarterly releases in the PU. So, most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. In the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do. But a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting and whether you can, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status or your ship status to your visor. Now, that won't be the case for everything. Every suit, like for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, like a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there? We were like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, it was a Caterpillar. Yeah. So you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, in all the ships are also building in the ability, like there's not just a game config screen in your ship. You go in, you have your settings screen, and the settings will be remembered on a per ship basis, and you can set up what okay, I want this display to be this or this display this. I want this to cast here, and so it's all been built about building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down, one system, clean approach. So we're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the sort of
foundational stage.
Yeah, it's a little further before it's all fully polished or ready to show. But it's going to be, I think, a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around. Besides the different modes of combat and traversal and all the rest of the stuff, it's how you get the information and how it's relayed to you is going to be much more contextual, much better. And
it's huge in combat.
It's going to be big, yeah.
It's huge in combat because in combat right now you're either, we're obviously trying to bring the combat closer, which is obviously what Yogi and the guys and Dave talked about in their talk. But you don't want to have a little clutter on there, and you want to have that spatial awareness of, okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of, again, a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now, if you go into the PU or when you play squadron level,
with 100 players in
you just get
100 player
billions of markers, and it's like it's just massive information overload. And some players.
It was definitely a problem in squadron because we have
absolutely
quite a few areas of the game where there's massive amounts of ships.
Yeah, and some players can deal with it, but it's just so much information. It's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that, again, you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So, we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit, because you have a radar in the cockpit. Fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have in-world AR markers. Oh, there's 20 guys coming over there, We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs, you've got a cockpit radar. They're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it. This is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of, well, there's an in-cockpit radar. You should use that. There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those. Okay, now I'm in this specific combat mode. Okay, they're cast, so I can see that information. But the radar doesn't become redundant. That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. That information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything and only reliance on marking things that are important to you or you've directly marked yourself. Yeah. And I think when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15, 20 ships, it's just a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise. You can just focus on being the best pilot you can be. I think it's really important.
And I would say that definitely, we're putting a bunch of work into the radar, which is really radar/star map. So like what you've never had in the PU. The original design was that that radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically to be a nav map, your star map, right? Your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the first iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, well, we'll use your Moby-Glass version, and we're still using the Moby-Glass version all these years later, and it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk that the star map, well, the star map's really star map and radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out to the star map. And we've put a huge amount of work into making that much more fluid, much more usable, much visually better, and also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar and you can mouse over contacts and you can get the information from it. You can click them and then that will now select it as your target and do a lot of things that haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things. We've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the vehicle side where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as, there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, that's in process right now, but yeah, you'll click a button and you'll see your character, click, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use so that information's presented to you well, and you can have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we talked about, because some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others and stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is a really good example of a feature that we've put onto the PU in Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be, because right now you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want you to be is, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We actually, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting, or your local environment. And when I say small, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. That's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scan wave, and that should be giving me information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And then that's where Q-Boost comes in the fact that you're Q-boosting to these locations. You're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1 million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for Q-Boost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around so that, we're not just cramped in. Because radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment. And the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent, because space is a big, dark place. So we need that. We want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect things that are much further away, all of a sudden you start to feel like you're that pilot.
You got to fly to them to investigate them. I think that's a good example of something on Squadron that we were also looking at, like, how do we solve the problem of you're patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like, space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was patrolling, a large area of space. And so we sort of were thinking about, well, how, really if we think about it, there's like short range, which is, what you would call the standard control mode, like slower exploration. I come up to a
So when they said that they saved the best for last, I feel like there was a bit of a translation error. I think they meant to say we saved the boring for last.
Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, well, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of
I think there's more after this.
A planet and going, there's a mountain over there. I can see it.
I hope so, because it's actually kind of boring.
Drive over there. I'll walk over to the mountain. And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like the wave goes out, and you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers.
I found more to show us. I'm wondering if the show is still like scheduled for 5, and there's stuff to show us from now till 5.
Map things. And then we need to get there, but the quantum travel, spooling up, spooling down, and so this is the whole quantum. The idea of quantum boost is your sort of mid-level traversal speed, where it allows you. It's probably about 1/10 the speed of the full quantum travel. Sort of not using all the quantum.
Tell you what, though, I need a beer.
But it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly, and also appreciate the environment you're going through. And get over there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's that. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool. And that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So, for instance, you could
we've never had.
Yeah, we've never had.
So
you could be in a big nebula gas cloud, and you scan and I get a contact 20k away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether. I come up. Oh, look, it's a derelict, or there's a abandoned mining station. There's group of rocks over here, or I go over here, and we can even in the PU be in a case where you can almost procedurally generate some points of interest when you start to scan that you can go and visit. So I think the whole idea of sort of these three sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of regular, non-quantum one, where you're just using your regular thrusters, which is much more sort of limited and, works for, combat and stuff like that. Then there's the quantum boost, which is sort of to, fast run over to a place. And then there's the quantum travel, which is the really long, okay, I'm going to go to this planet that's 500,000 kilometers away, and I'm going to be in quantum for 5 minutes to get there. And I think that's going to open up a huge amount in the PU. I mean, it makes a big difference to the gameplay. I mean, it makes the exploring in Squadron in space feel much bigger.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing we were trying to follow. And I think it's a problem in the PU right now, is when you're in space, it's sort of like, most of it is
point to point.
It's empty for you, right? It's like you spend your time around the space stations, or some asteroids here around the planet, but we want to open it up a bit more and have that idea of, I can detect something, I want to investigate it. So the whole sort of exploration, investigative gameplay that can happen in space now, because of these different modes of travel and the scanning, is going to be a huge deal.
So I know we have a clip for this. For folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like, let's take a look at the Quantum Boost clip that we have, so we can see it one more time here.
So just to call out, that's going to be the old HUD.
Yeah, that is the old HUD. That's too busy.
Right, that's the next old HUD.
Yeah.
Earlier we were showing the old HUD.
So we've done a scan here. That's also the old point of interest, because the point of interest will be just points.
Yeah.
But basically, we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are, multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the.
Why did this never come to the PU?
This is obviously just placeholder UI for the quantum boost. Again, you can just boost over there, and it obviously has this interactive gameplay, which obviously went into.
Yeah, and this, by the way, that's all programmer work in progress from Yogi on the quantum boost mechanism, because you're just going to have to stay in the zone to keep in boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the planet here. So what it's allowing you to do is sort of have that mid-level traversal and investigate things without having to spend forever at 1,200 meters per second or when I'm traveling over it. It's over too quickly.
This is an old UI which we're scraping. I mean, it looks better than what we have already.
The flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old UI, which is probably closer to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the newer...
basically it's the same as it's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now, is because we're in the process of the
It's not like they gave it to us and they scaled it back and took it away. People would be upset.
And you even
So.
saw it in the need for speed segment, whereas a lot of that, like the mode stuff and everything, they've just sort of hacked in the modes to the current HUD stuff. But when the new one comes online, it should be much cleaner and easier to go. And
They should really not get rid of all these like UI elements they're making and just make them separate like little OSs you can put into a computer on the ship and load up a different HUD.
Wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just, there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode, your shield's powered down. So you know, there is some risk when you're in the fast traversal mode, and the quantum drive powers up. But once it's spooled up and you look at a place, you can boost towards it.
And it's just, you press shift and it's instant.
Yeah. And so for people that want to, go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to, I just want to like free quantum, right? There's people who want to do that for quite a while.
It's like getting on your horse.
Quantum boost is.
Second start of the right and straight on till morning. So we've been talking about these flight experience stuff, the ship related stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes and everything. We'll obviously show those as we get closer to being ready to show those. We talked a little bit about the star map. Again, not quite ready to show today.
I'm gonna be right back. I have to make a phone call.
As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also the mini map. There's also the mini map, which has always been this promise of being able to find your way through either a really large ship or a space station or stuff like that. What can you tell us about the work on the mini map?
So radar, as we call it, is essentially, it encapsulates the star map, it encapsulates what's in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your Mobi or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move around, and all the information in there is underpinned by the FPS radar and scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the information that you'll see on the minimap. So if you go into, say, a known location, so let's say you go to Microtech, that landing zone, essentially, that will be pushed to your mobiGlass. So you'll be able to then load up the minimap and go, okay, how do I get out of here? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen, they're like, where do I go? So it'd be nice for us to be able to go, here's the spaceport. Here's where you go and buy food and drink. Here's where you go and buy weapons. And you can just go, cool, I open up my map, and it's like, oh, that's where I am. Oh, that's where I can go. And it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're at an environment that is not, say, let's say you go to a derelict outpost, you'll be mapping that environment as you go, or you may be able to find a terminal that has the map on there that you can download, and then you have it to you. So it really allows us, again, Star Citizen, one of its strengths is that it's scale, but that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand and navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So, how do you play the game is about making the barrier to entry, the controls smooth and intuitive, what you understand, and then it's like, where do I need to go? Okay, well, this allows you, we have a mini-map here, and this allows you to go, oh, cool, there's the spaceport, there's the shuttle, or there's the train, or this is how I get to this area. And we can provide, missions that allow people to then navigate to those places so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to a certain place. Because everybody, if somebody says to me tomorrow, come round to my house or go here, just give them a postcode and you put it in GPS. Everybody's
put it in Google Maps.
Exactly.
You need that. You need the street level version of it.
Yeah.
So we've long wanted this. It's very critical for Squadron, but it's also, I think, important for the PU. And the concept is that some of the maps are sort of readily available. You just walk into a city, and the terminal auto connects to your Mobi or whatever, and you get the map downloaded. And some of them you may have to explore something, and then as you explore it, you map it. Just like a sort of more
freaking falling asleep right now.
Technique, and there'll be some cases like we have some stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well in PU, where like you don't have the map initially, but if you hack in or you can download it into a system, like Asiado is an example of, we've been showing it because we showed it a while back.
I thought this was going to be interesting, but this is just giving me freaking the options for for napping about material.
Rather than just grey boxes. But that would be an example, is you don't know the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini map. So what we have is we have some footage here which is showing how the visuals, the mini map, in terms of sort of an isometric render in the engine,
actually something
UI
interesting
that will essentially become your mini map, but you'll have a more sort of reduced version with you in the middle moving around. But if we run it, you'll see kind of what the tech is. So first, this is in the editor, but it's essentially what it does is
I love the
taking our
Idris.
existing layouts, levels, ships, so we don't have to build this custom.
Okay,
but
that's
it's a way
pretty
of
awesome.
applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed.
Yeah, holy shit.
So
that's actually pretty badass.
that you're walking around already, and then
Wow,
use it to be rendered
look
from
at
me.
the Idris. There's so much detail there.
Essentially in the engine,
And they say that they don't want to release of this due to freaking spoilers. I mean, you're pretty much giving us a peek at it right now.
Like UI art for it, other than some of the like level things that say, ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detailed ships. Because the environment's already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that when the feature is ready to go, ready for prime time, we can just apply it to space stations.
Yeah, because a lot of traditional game development, you have to make custom minimaps. So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom environment minimap. So if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds, and thousands of locations,
especially for the PU,
and absolutely for the PU, it's just not viable. So we wanted to come
This
up with
looks
a
decent.
solution that we can use, with minimal effort on the side of content creation. But
I also didn't realize how big that hangar was going to be for the Idris.
Oh, that's where I am.
The
It can show you
Idris.
objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information.
Did they make it bigger or something? Because it looks like it can hold more than 3 ships.
No. Actually, that looks like it could fit the 2 fighters at the most, really.
It looks like it could hold 3 or 4.
Maybe 3, but that would be a
Like
kind
you could
of a
easily, like fit 6 Scorpius in there.
No.
Easily, because they're thin. Oh, I've heard. Sorry. I've heard 3 or 4.
Before he bleeds out, because I can see his health, and you'll be able to see.
I want to say.
It allows you to detect.
But I want to say a 2, 3 at the max.
Using like the relay.
Because you could like put them side by side, right, and then move one to the side, and then move one in the middle. As it goes forward, it unfolds as it goes out, and then send out the other one, and then you could just train them behind one another.
Well, you also have to take into account in the future, ships will have weight to do them. And although in outer space, having a
So we've been
ship
talking about the FPS
filled with
stuff,
all
stuff
of that
affects the
weight
player
won't
specifically. We're
really
gonna touch up on more
matter
of those
too
things,
much.
before we leave
But
today.
remember,
We've moved up into
the
space and talked about
Idris
player
is also
experience and
designed to
scanning
be
and
able
map stuff.
to land on the planet side
from
and then
ourselves and
take
our
it off
ships,
again.
talk
So
about
if it
our
has too
enemies,
much
our
weight,
opponents,
it can't really do
entities
that.
we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron.
Okay, cool.
So the
Here's your AI.
systems that we have.
Oh, they're showing AI stuff.
So we found out we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve.
This is
and,
the
you know,
AI and
over
how
the
it
years that
works,
I've worked in
and not
games,
what
I
you
think
see,
probably
and how it should
Chris
work.
too as well, is that
I want more
the best
capital
AI
ships.
kind of some of the simpler AI that you have a really
I
good
want
solid
more
foundation that
capital
you build
ships.
on top of it. And I think
Yes,
our
I want
AI
more
over the
stuff
period
about
of time
capital
that's been
ships.
there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
well,
when we say
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And you know, it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it, because you know, you're playing and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps, because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times in the PU. It's a combination of the, you know, its older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the servers, and what's going to happen with server meshing is going to make a big difference for that. And there's other things that are happening in the background that will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity, and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you.
Hot take. DIG realized at one point that they need more time for server meshing, and it's easier to pump out Squadron 42 than get the PU pushed forward with server meshing. So they put all hands on deck for the Squadron 42, hoping that gives their engineers enough time to figure out server meshing, and then pull everyone back over when they have time to get it ready.
You know,
I've heard they're both progressing very well with server meshing from my guy.
Really?
And when that all works,
Yep.
then
well, that's good to hear.
It comes across into the PU.
Although he has said that it has been delayed, he initially told me it was going to be early next year. He is now saying middle to late next year.
On the AI side, it's partly because we want it to become really systemic, and we have a massive, especially in the PU, a massive world that can have all
I'm glad to
these
hear that.
situations. So it's not, you know, like if you're doing a standard
Next year's IAE or Citizencon, and 4.0 is released.
You know exactly where.
What do you say is late next year?
Sort of script actions.
That's what actually that's what he actually said to me. It was, you're likely to see server meshing Citizencon next year.
Locations on the planets, or up in a spaceship, or all these different.
That would actually give me a reason to look forward to next year.
Systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception.
He's stringing you along. He's giving you the carrot.
To communicate with the other AI.
Well, to be honest, my guy has been very, very, very accurate.
So that takes time.
Well, that's good.
To work.
Like he told, and John and Ferrets will be able to vouch for this. I told them 2 months ago, Lorville was doubling in size.
We absolutely have turned a corner.
Yeah, well, I mean, we knew about that 2 months ago, so.
Only because I said. Only because I told you.
We were playing it when some of the.
Well, there's also something else he predicted. If you want to volunteer that up.
Challenging.
What about you? Mean about the shanties?
No, there was an event at the event.
And like the fact that we were like, okay, we want to clear everyone out.
Didn't he tell you? Didn't he tell you there was going to be a big dynamic event in like
And
June or something.
I mean, Rich is much
No, I didn't.
Oh,
hear anything.
I thought he kind of hinted that there might be something like Siege of Orison.
Managed to get it, but I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build.
No,
I'm
no.
like, damn it, I'm gonna finish.
No, I haven't seen anything.
I'm like, I almost managed
He said that they're adding buildings and stuff so they can use the siege map for like normal missions, but we know about that from ISC anyway.
Or anything where it was like, okay,
But-
the AI is just supernatural and they can instantly shoot you. It's like they were moving around, they were anticipating where you were doing, they're trying to flank you.
Yeah, no, we haven't heard anything about a new dramatic event just yet.
No, I'm not talking about a new one. I thought he said that there might be something. Like at the time, we didn't really know what's about Siege of Orison, and he said there's like going to be an event like that, and we got it.
Oh,
You know?
yeah, he told me fucking 12 months ago that there was going to be an attack on Orison.
My like dream gameplay is to go through like damaged ships and like derelicts and rip out all of their components and subcomponents and resell them on a Banu merchantman traveling around the universe.
We knew about Siege of Orison fucking 12 months ago. Like, shit, actually. It was.
I want to be the Jawas.
It's written in the fucking machinima about the fucking Siege of Orison.
And so that will ultimately be coming.
Yeah, like these guys have known about Siege coming within fucking for like 6 months now.
I need to ask something because I've spent.
Do you know anything about like 318, like this year, next year?
When you say we've
Yeah, so 318, I've been told there's a lot more to it than what we've been told. There's a lot of extra stuff that they haven't mentioned. But yeah, he said 318. He told me 318 will drop in December.
Oh, that's not bad.
We want to change it and
Yeah.
how we want to
Yeah.
implement it. So we're not throwing away the more
So
technical
yeah, and they said it was originally going to be, you know, for IAE and stuff like that. He's like, it's not going to be ready.
Find around the world. It's more about
Yeah.
the bits that you go.
So he's like,
tune,
yeah,
the bits you
318 is
we
most
built
likely going to be a
behaviors
December 20th drop.
So what we did is we pulled all
That
the
would be
AI
nice.
back and stripped it back to essentially 3 base behaviors.
Oh, I'm not going to be here for that.
Defender, so we want to stay back and cover and defend a location.
Wait,
We're spending
What?
Christmas with
Who kind of
my
wants to get
my
positions
in-laws
and wants to go behind
this
it, and
year.
pushes that kind of want to put pressure onto you.
Don't
But
worry,
I'm not going to
we
be home with my
will.
computer.
To create these 3
We will
core
Oh, I'll
live
find a way
stream
to
it for
install it
you.
on my
AI
Steam
can
Deck.
choose to go, they can choose, combat behaviors.
I'll find a
It's-
way to
so
install the
once you've
game on my
engaged in
Steam
combat,
Deck.
they
I'll
can then
do
select
it.
one of these behaviors to engage you.
I've
So
seen
it's
someone
a-
doing it.
a mixture of
Yeah,
fighting
they're
them,
not
and obviously you
actually
might get
playing
3
the
defenders, or
game
you might
off
get
a
1 strength
Steam
and 2
Deck. They're
pushers.
doing like
We've got a video to show some of the
shadowing
behaviors. But then what we
or
have is we
the
have a
Remote
mirror.
mirror
desktop?
that sits on top of that. and that's
Yeah,
where
pretty
designers can go
much
and go,
they
okay, I
are
want this defender to be
streaming the game from the desktop
defender
to
who can
the
never reroll
Steam
another,
Deck, and then
behavior, or
they're
I want
playing
him
it
to be,
through the Steam
like a
Deck.
turret, so he
It's
never
called
moves
Shadow
from
Flex.
cover to cover. Or I want pushers to
Pretty
That's
much, yeah.
awesome.
I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, be aggressive. I want them to
The
be
only
active and
downfall with
kind
it
of
is
friendly
you will
fire.
get latency.
So we can go in and essentially we've got
You
3
will
base
get what?
behaviors that just by themselves play
You'll
well.
get
Like,
lag,
you
basically.
latency. So yeah, it'll be like a couple of seconds.
Then
Like
you can start adding in all the other
That's
things.
fine.
You go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences.
I'm
So
just
in a
I'm
PU
super
mission, if we've
excited
got
for
a ship
power
coming in
management coming
bringing in
online.
reinforcements, we can
Pulling
say,
out
okay, we can weight
components
the
from
behaviors. So you're not getting the same
ships.
thing every time, but you can go,
Pulling
okay,
out my
you get
BMM
these
and
guys who
selling it.
push, they're quite aggressive because that's
I'm
their faction,
super
whether it's
stoked for
Ninetales,
that.
or these guys are quite defensive, they're more
That
military.
the map
And what we
of
have is
radar
these
thing
traits that multiply the behavior. So now
and
we've got
the
multiple
Idris.
different things, and then you add different
The
weapons in there.
Idris
So you've got sniper
or a
rifles, so
sign.
different engagement ranges. And all of a
Idris,
sudden, you have
Idris,
this
it's all
matrix
the
of
same in
individual
my book.
behaviors that is
It's
multiplied
like
into the
shit. We come up
hundreds
with
that
like
allows us to have
they
a
say a
really
name and
strong
we say the
combat
name and they're
experience
like, no,
that
that's
is
not the
not
name
the
anymore.
same. It's not, Star Citizen game that you're going to be playing for hundred thousands of hours.
I don't care
you don't want to just
what
be having
you
the
want to
same
call
combat
it.
experience over and over
I'd
again.
still
Vice
want
versa
it.
in Squadron, we want you to be able to
Can I
rotate
call the
the combat. We
Kraken
want your
Karen?
factions play differently. We want you to have
If
different
you
experiences
do,
as
I'm
you go
going
throughout the game.
to
And
bring
when we
out
looked at the
the
AI combat
Idris.
behavior, that's
I'm
something
going
we
to
identified.
name
But
it
then we
the
also looked
manager,
at
and I'm gonna
perception
freaking
basically
clap your cheeks.
tweak that and read that in a way that allows us that you come around the corner. It's
If
not
I
just
can name a
instant headshot.
Kraken, gonna name it Karen.
AI, it's very easy to
we,
make
we,
AI
all
go
know,
amazing.
we all know the one name that we're
They
going
know
to
where you
name
are.
Fez's
They
Idris
know exactly what they don't
is
have to
going to
mouse
be
aim. It's just
Derelict.
instant headshot. It's very easy to make
A
them
derelict
too
Idris.
hard.
Yeah,
what it,
very
what
much.
it's
not human.
Because
what we want to do.
you're going to try and
really
fly a and you're going to end up blowing it up and crashing it into a planet. Although, hell, we might even end up crashing it into a planet for a fucking machinima, so, you know.
If anything, I'm gonna name it the Lycos.
When I came out here and I'm like, oh, I got taken out.
Whichever capital ship they release and they put in the universe, and people wind up spawning a shitload of them, and they cause the game to like crash. I'm naming that one 30K.
They take a time to adjust to it. So as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on you.
Because it's funny, because like they released the 890, and it wasn't the 890 that did that. I think it was like the Caterpillar being blown up and releasing all the boxes.
You to still feel pressure.
That
So we have a
did that at one point.
silhouette-based accuracy model now, so that if they do miss, kind of you getting that sense of like, pew, pew, it's kind of going past your head, and you're like, okay, I'm
One thing we have not seen is an update for the star map.
but pressure you in a way that you feel like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's
what?
something
How
that
did he shot me through a
been
box?
worked
Like,
on, hasn't it, for a while now? Like since
2018?
2018?
We've seen radar and we've seen the mini map, but we haven't seen star map. I'm surprised.
Yeah, that's been worked on by Turbulent since like 2018, right?
And then
they talked about
pretty much 90%
actually
Star map
turned
redo.
this year, last year.
We've had balance passes.
It just started this year, last year.
A lot of fun.
Yeah.
And then what we have
Shit, they've been talking about that for so many years.
They stopped working on it, and then
we've got versions of them going through medic behavior and reviving allies. And
I mean, I guess it makes sense if
all the other
not to put efforts onto something if you're not sure certain tech will be available by the time you need it.
it was building blocks. Building blocks made them stop because they wanted to get building blocks working. They needed the 3D holographic display for building blocks.
Because if it's not,
I think it was.
Yeah, that's actually that's a good point. That's a good. Yeah.
putting stuff on top.
All right.
Oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun.
Not upset.
So we pulled it back so that you have a challenge, that you feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you're not a commando, you're a fighter.
I just want my Kashyyyk planet.
And fighter pilots don't go in and they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage.
Kashyyyk, massive
you
trees,
something else. You might
basically the size of mountains.
Just a homestead. So you want to do trade.
Forest,
so
foliage.
When we get into FPS, we need to have
tons of water.
The AI.
All kinds of wildlife.
That we want to push into
set up a little camp underneath a mangrove tree or some shit.
Thrown away was
it's disingenuous.
But basically, game developer is iteration, right? So you have V1, then you have V2, and then V3. And V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems now that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away.
I must admit, I am surprised we did not see more of the ships.
A lot more of the things we talked about, like.
Probably with AE next month. They don't want to talk too much.
In the context you were speaking specifically.
I was going to say, I would have thought we would have seen, at least the,
like the 7 seconds about the bartenders. Those are all still accurate.
What's the one with the spindle and the boxes on the side? The misc, the
More mess hall.
Hull C. I thought we would have got to see more about the Hull C, but
tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat, things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. We're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that we can show the clip of.
We've got this poor Atmo East Force guys waiting to do their race. So let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think we'll probably show investigation first before we go into combat.
Wait, video?
You just talked about combat.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch
More
of
video?
behavior in terms of because like I said, stealth gameplay.
Showing AI.
Yes.
So Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation, so like someone hears a noise, what's that? Let's go check it out. They radio their back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here. Or they get in a gunfight, they could actually call back, hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron. And then on top of that, you're making the joke about the bartender and all the rest of stuff, but really the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just the bartender or
Gonna get an A1.
people eating at the chow line. It's engineers going about their daily business, or a janitor cleaning up messes that people leave systemically.
I don't know how I'm gonna get an A1,
for instance,
but I'm gonna get an A1.
Or hangar personnel.
Yeah, the hangar basically operating on.
And I love that black and gold skin for it.
Conversation on the side. For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system that
the
Francesco's been
concierge
working
skin
on that allows
Mhm.
AI say.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna pick up.
And it's huge.
Probably gonna pick up 2 of those skins.
When you're playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening, it all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So,
Although I do like the red one too.
Allows it. So we have some that are sort of more story scripted conversations, like if you eavesdrop on some people patrolling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also there's dynamic conversations, so people can just sort of, whether it's in a mess hall, they sit down and they just start up a conversation talking about the most recent vid show they saw, or talking about what they think.
Well, now we know why we definitely know why they blew through the rest of it.
There's a system in for that, and they're creating a recording, but that's also a system that's going to come into the PU.
That's definitely a reason why they rushed through all the other presentations.
Or you're wandering around the big point of interest, the cities. People will be having conversations, gossiping, talking about, I heard there was something went on.
I'm wondering if any of this AI work they're talking about will actually transfer eventually to AI on the PU.
Systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it just adds so much. It just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation system stuff to show today, but let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and then we'll look at some of the combat stuff you were talking about.
So they don't have conversations to show.
2 videos. So there's the investigation in the test map, and what you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So the individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call the color.
So that's the player.
Go. This is essentially a standard for the player. The other 2 AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding or cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug.
We can hear playback.
Goes around and they search. The spheres go away, indicating that they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic is they need to clear these rooms first, and then once the rooms are cleared, they can sort of go.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and crannies in the room. They're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming over. Okay, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet, so he's not going to progress. And he's just going to go and check the rest of the room alongside his body. And once he's then cleared it, he'll then progress.
Man, you're hot mugging, bro.
You'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, we've got vents in here.
He's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically, checking the usables, checking the cover points. And you can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space because that's where, they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you come back, there's only one set of ones left. He's going to check it. He's going to come through here. Cleared those, so now he's coming around here. And
fire away! And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off with something that we added to the perception. So it starts off in green and then it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to red, that's full combat. But the previous states are kind of levels of, they go up based on levels of different perception. So in green, they just might have seen you. That's the equivalent of going, did I see something? No.
By the way, in the game, you don't see that. That's
no, that's our debug.
That's just indicating the level, and the level in the game would be.
But we'll have audio and visual representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue. Then you're getting into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out. And then, maybe they'll walk over there to investigate. Or if there's 2 of them, one of them would go, hey, you go check it out. And then he goes and checks it out. And then we have obviously the red, where it's like, there's a definite threat here. And once they've been threatened, like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green. And it's like their minds have been, you know, it's like MOB, they flash through memory, it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state. And in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see it, like, he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So,
and so that was on a test map.
Yes.
But we do have an example of it working.
Yep. So I'll roll the clip.
Roll the clip.
The real deal.
So here's in Asiado in the decommissioned area. You can see the two AI in the distance catch you. And then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the kind of the thing behind the curtain. What are they actually doing? They're checking cover points. They're checking the usables that are there. And then, you know, in a lot of the cases when we actually captured this video, if we actually failed because they pincered the player and they actually found you before we were able to show you, you know, what was happening. So it's really good to see how
That's
this
really nice.
transition from social into combat, so that you can actually play through the game.
Oh god, we are going to die so many frigging times. The AI is going to be insane.
Setup, we're just kind of like looking and checking. Okay, is there anything there?
They pincered the players too many times. Well,
with his body. So if you've got 2, 3, 4 AI that are searching, then obviously they're sharing and talking to each other and letting them know that nobody's found you.
Like you may not be able to see them, but you're going to know they're out there looking for you. And if you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then I think the Ross, who captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge.
And again, not scripted. It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like this. But obviously, the choices that they make at runtime will be different.
Imagine what it's like when the ship makes it over to PU.
This is where, you know, we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though
like guys, we are starting to get
would
into
make
serious.
running bunker missions a whole lot harder and a whole lot longer.
we'll make underground facilities a lot more fun.
It's a
I was going to say, Fez, don't interrupt, bro. What I was going to say was, we're going to say is that this is going to make a lot of the haters that'll be like,
so
oh,
again, what we're seeing here is
they're going to
test
shit
map. We
themselves.
wanted to kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we just turned God mode
Like,
on, so you can
all
see
these haters that are like, oh, Star
here. So we've
Citizen
got
shit, it's
defenders
going to be
that can
crap
push
and all
the
that.
cover points.
They're going to look
Then
at this
we've
and
got
think
the
like,
pusher who's
fuck,
kind
like
of
we're
pushing
starting to get
towards
into
you.
like fucking
And then we've got
Matrix
the strafer
territory here.
who is kind of like taking
Like, this
more
is
of a wider angle.
full on
Now,
shit.
there are some similarities between all the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, you know, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different
Hey, gamers,
choices
you're
throughout
hot,
the
Mike.
behavior so that the AI
Oh,
provides
no,
something
you're not.
different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to.
Yeah, I'm in the lounge room watching it on the big screen,
Right
and
now,
I
our
couldn't
current
fucking
AI,
get the
you
phone to
basically get a
hit the
jump
mute
on
button.
them, and
Ah,
you can just
okay.
take them all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you, and we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like you've made the mistake when you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode. And then we have one more video showing the tactics situation. Let's take a look at that.
So this is just a short version but again, it's the same AI that have been dropped in, and they roll the dice for, they don't always become defenders or always become pushers or strafers. It can be random every time, so the combat experience is different. So you might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is if one of them rolls a defender,
I see air
then
shields.
the weight for them to roll
That
another
looks
defender
nice.
is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot just because we want to show you the behaviours themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI.
That's because speedruns are about glitching outside of the map and going through cutscenes and shit.
In fact, I'm not sure we
crouch.
They don't care about actually playing the fucking game.
Jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders. They can do all sorts of stuff. So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traversal, so they sort of understand the environment and how to traverse over it other than just flat ground. And of course, on some of that, I think you saw some of it. He didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed, and then they hit him.
Oh, and he's down.
I was talking about earlier, because like Rich says, it's very easy to make AI aim perfectly all the time because they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
They've got all the numbers.
I mean, at that point, like, there's no reason not to charge scan when you're already like firing at people.
Player or a human.
All right. Well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points we want to cover before we let you go. Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people maybe not. They won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it in the past. Skills.
Oh.
There's. What can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42. It will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of 2 areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you may get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is.
Anyone else noticed the bearing assault rifle on the counter?
As much. So you can sprint further because it's
Wait,
not
what?
affecting your stamina.
Oh, nice. I did not notice that. Thanks for pointing it out.
There's actually a few guns laying around. There was also one on his desk earlier that looked like it was like the M9 or F9 or whatever it was.
How resistant you are to
yeah, the laser
environment. If you
pistol.
look at
Yeah.
say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, they have cold weather training. They have, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you. And also, for example, like G-force and readout, so that pilots train for that, so they can actually modulate their breathing, so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer. You can hold your breath longer. You can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes, and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements. So there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage, or we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, like I said, how far.
Sounds like they're taking the Tarkov Stalker route and skills.
All of those different things that are tied into your physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, like, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. Yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and you start lifting weights, okay, I can do whatever. I can.
I'd like to hear next year Chris Roberts talk about, like, he discussed he wanted more Valheim elements in the game, things to make it like crafting and resources and stuff like that. And I'd like to hear like what he envisions that to be.
That's kind of the idea.
I'll be right.
There are things that you do during.
They did mention the repair table earlier, and we did touch on it briefly, but they really haven't talked about crafting or anything much, have they?
You can get some strength up. And,
No, they brought it up briefly in like the Expanse Q&A on that.
The living world.
I would like to hear more about that as it relates to the PU. And resource management becomes more of a thing in creating items.
We still want all the skill in terms
And especially life support, they're saying there's like a consumable for it.
to do all the rest of the stuff.
then
Well, they said you're going to be able to repair components. So, you know, at the end of the day, that's going to be interesting too. Like, for example, you have power converters or whatever. You might be able to, you know, fix it with, you know, MacGyvering that shit with duct tape and super glue or something.
So back in the day on like I don't even know if you can still find this document, but I do know in the Endeavor there's a module for overclocking
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same, if you're
components,
wearing heavy armor and they're wearing
and
heavy
for
armor,
getting the
and
most
you've put
out
effort
of researching
into,
how to make the
skilling up your
component,
character
push it
because
to
you're
its
sort of,
max
that's the dedicated area of
potential,
focus that you want.
basically.
You can run further.
Yeah, a lot of people were talking about using it to overclock items and stuff like that. But yeah, it was an engineering sort of
equip things onto you.
module.
Yeah, it's like a garage.
So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the Star Citizen. But a good one to how to explain it is it's almost like the 10,000 hours. You know, if you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, you know, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You know, you might struggle and, okay, eventually you take them down and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them.
Yeah, more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve Bender is very looking forward to doing all the versions of takedown from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, you know, straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, you know, it's much faster. But you've put in
eventually you'll end up John Wick.
Skill to a level that you want to achieve. And I think that's what skills is about. It's about giving players goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same for like, melee, like fist fighting,
melee combat,
or knife fighting. Longer term, we want to sort of, this is more PU, not squadron, but introduce, say, more moves you could do in fights, say martial arts or whatever. You have to go somewhere.
Or traversal as well.
And learn them from someone and then do it a bit more and then you would get better. So these are all things you could gain. And that's kind of the, like you said, the idea of sort of, the skills and techniques that we want to introduce because, again, it's, this is going to be a really huge, deep world and it's sort of up to you how you want to essentially build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays or Formula One car racers, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just go get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s.
No, exactly. You don't.
They have a pint of beer before they go to try to race a Formula One or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it that. If all you care about is flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility or I want to level up endurance because endurance allows me to hold more Gs. So, if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you to put some
They're making Tarkov in space.
You will be able to level them
I'm
as
fine
you
with
play
that.
the game organically.
Yeah,
so you're not gonna have
it's
to go out
perfectly
and
reasonable.
level them. Like Chris said, squats. If you do squats, like that's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand, essentially. It's like we will allow you to do things like that if you want to go and kind of like level them yourself, but you'll also just be able to level them by naturally playing what you like in the game.
That Pilates area and microtech.
Well, we went all the UFO, and then the other thing that we're going to do, which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about, is the way that you'll sort of track this is the same way as I've got an Apple Watch on here, and I can have my health app that will tell me kind of how unfit I am, right? Or how fit I am. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly unfit. But that will be essentially one of the apps in the mobiGlas, and then one of the last things that we were going to talk about as far as some of the stuff we're doing in Squadron is there's a complete redo of the mobiGlas, and the first iteration is in Squadron. There's a sort of set of apps in Squadron because it's the military mobiGlas, and you don't need all the cargo trading and all that kind of stuff that you would want in the PU. But it's a framework that we're building almost like our own
operating
MobiOS
system,
and it's all in building blocks. So all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And in Squadron, it's where you're.
I could see the game getting a 7 or 8 out of 10 when it releases, because it's not going to generate mass appeal.
My health and stats, but also like, okay, here's my personal.
I don't know if mainstream media will let it get that high. They'll probably try and give it a 5 or a 6.
Playing the game, here's
like it'll be probably 9 or 10 on my own scale. Just seeing what they.
Oh yeah. We'll probably say 9 or 10, but mainstream media is probably going to say 5 or 6, just because of the fact that there's no publisher attack.
I imagine IGN will actually like give it a decent review, because IGN has covered their stuff before and they've been kind of nonpartisan on it, from what I've seen.
Potentially have a slight UI.
You and I have a very, very different opinion on nonpartisan.
Civilian version, but it will all go in the same framework using the same base work. So one of the things that we've been really trying, not just on the movie,
they didn't have a bias the one time I had seen something come out from them covering Star Citizen, like a couple of years ago.
They've literally put out videos saying the Star Citizen need a publisher, and then spent the whole video talking about how Star Citizen needs to get a publisher, because that way they can force them to keep on target. Now, the only reason they care about Star Citizen not having a publisher is because the games industry works with their publisher buddies. And it's a mutual benefit relationship, right? At the end of the day, they get their games early, they give it a good score, they keep getting their games early. If they give it a bad score, chances are they're going to be blacklisted from ever reviewing any more future games. So they've got an incentive to make sure they're, giving decent reviews. But, this is what started Gamergate all back in the day.
So the first page that you'll see that's coming up right now.
Oh, that's
like
nice.
Overview. So, it's the overview
that's
of
really
your
nice.
player, it's the overview of your ship,
I just
and then it's like your primary
in that
all of these
okay, where's my third pair of pants? I kind of need it.
Alerts as you go to the other page.
So you can see here we've got your
Show us the star map.
It's kind of like the email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat that's coming in with, general chip chat from the AI, which again is kind of just making it.
It's right there at the bottom.
This, believable environment or a real life environment rather than just you alone.
So responsive compared to the old one.
Yeah, and it's just a lot. It's a lot cleaner, and the information. It's something that we've tried to be consistent across the HUD and the MOBI, is that we want to make sure that we're giving you clean information.
And you can see like the alerts. So the alerts now cleared from the messaging.
Potential hideout points on Odin 3.
Mission side here, but now we've gone and looked at it. It's clear.
Interesting.
So that's the system. It's a framework. So like inside the, you'll get, notifications.
Looks like a lot of main missions, sub missions.
Now we're back.
Also, look at the top. It also the top follows your rank.
Everybody pretty much interfacing with computers. They're interfacing with emails and Google Chrome or search engines, and
we'll probably put a title there in the PU at some point if like you're a miner or something like that.
We have to have a level of
part of like the miners association or guild or whatever.
This is intuitive to use, and it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions. You want to go and get equipment or find rare loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player interaction experience to improve traversal, to improve HUD, star map, MOBI is a combination of that, where we want to provide all this different information, but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with, that you can go, we don't need to reinvent how you read emails, or we don't need to reinvent how you understand a mission, or and you want to have the information on your MOBI, like, okay, tell me what am I about to? Is my environment outside? Is it breathable? Yeah. Do I need a helmet? Is it hot? Is it cold? You look at an Apple Watch, or my wife has an Apple Watch, so she's got a Fitbit, and it's like, okay, this is your heart rate and this is your oxygen. You need to have that information at your fingertips so you can go, okay, I can now plan for what I'm about to do. And coming back to what Chris said earlier in terms of, you're not just going to be all wearing heavy armor going into the ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to decide what you need to take out with you on specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together as a unified experience playing the game, and then you start to understand like why we've got an eating and drinking system, or actor status, or injuries, or readouts, and inventory, and hover trolleys.
Remote retrieval. Ship crashes through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man.
Start putting it all together, which is
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
a glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features. We're starting to not just see it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do this. A lot of it we've already done, and we're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of it of systems that we're really, confident in.
Don't say it's already done.
And from a design point of view, so that we can build on top.
They've been talking about
And we've got a very
Squadron
clear
42
idea
for
how
a
they
while
can
now.
scale in Star Citizen, because
They've been talking, but they haven't been showing.
Of proving it out. And I think it's
Yeah, they
it's
have. They
really
just showed you the
benefit to
fucking
you for
movie
pushing
glass.
these features over, because
That's
also
showing.
for the developers who are just specifically PU content, they've got an
Gamers,
example
you think
of
this
how
is
to
the
use
start
these
of the marketing
systems, and
campaign?
they understand how other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they go.
I would say this is more probably to do with the backlash from the community, because they're getting fed up with waiting, and Chris and all that saying, hey, we're working on Squadron, and everybody's like, well, okay, great, but we don't fucking see anything.
To make an interesting game experience.
I would say, I think this is more them turning around saying, well, look, hey, the fans are getting pissed off because we're not showing them anything. Let's show them some stuff.
Here's a feature you figure it out, because again, that was
Also, keep in mind too, this stuff that we're seeing, this is all going to end up in the PTU.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mounted guns.
Like,
If you're saying this stuff's been done and dusted, like it should just come to the PU already.
Associated with them. So
yeah, well, it obviously has to be implemented, but
yeah.
Yeah, this is
and like they say, like obviously the Moby class is a different version for PTU compared to PU, compared to Squadron.
People saying, hey, we'd like these to be better, or this to be easier to use, or smoother, or more responsive, and that's absolutely, we know and we're working on, and the plan is it's definitely going to be in the PU as well as Squadron, and Squadron is working on the PU too, everybody.
All right, so that was our version of a short conversation about Squadron 42 and the benefits to the persistent universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42, it's the co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen? What do you got?
Well, I mean, I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well. And it's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that the feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really helps inform as developers what we're doing all the time. And it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side too, in terms of some of the base mechanics, some of the areas that we go, okay, well, we want to work on this thing and improve it. It's all the stuff we've really talked about this time. But, for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition that we're doing on both Squadron but also Star Citizen. Because, ultimately, I think that Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience,
I don't think we're going to get our 10-minute video.
How you can seamlessly go from
I don't know.
your ship, looking at your interior here, look at this Constellation Phoenix, and walking outside.
I really wish they just gave us like a 10-minute gameplay video.
In the trees and seeing them out in the
More than just all this talking, just give us a 10-minute gameplay video showing everything really quickly.
That you can never reach. The scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere.
Oh, we showed the
That is something that most
game engines and
Sorry, you
games
go.
that
I interrupted. Sorry, you go.
I'm all good. I'm done.
don't do. You know, they're limited.
I was just going to say
limited
they could
spaces,
update the
and
vanilla,
we
the vertical slice that they gave us out
to give you a
3-5 years ago.
experience that sort of feels like
The medical slice?
in a huge
Vertical slice, yeah. So like the one where you
yeah.
that hour and a half mission.
You know, the various types
Yeah.
of travel you're using and all the different.
Somewhere you go through like the junkyard and then you're flying it low on the planet and you're trying to avoid the missile system.
And
it's
See,
like Top
we
Gun.
already know all that sort of stuff. So just updating the graphics and stuff, we get to see us what it's like being updated. But we're all not going to get spoilers because we already know what's happening.
For everyone who player is
a
complete. I mean, from a
Or an updated Morrow tour would be nice.
It's a dream. I mean, it's a dream I've had, my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is something I'm always.
It is making complete understand. I completely understand why Tyler earlier today said that it would go for 5 hours, give or take an hour.
When you see everyone bitching about something or something's not working.
Because now I understand what he meant. Because once they get Chris talking, it can go for literally any month. It's just he just keeps going and they just
So you've read the feedback.
They can try to start telling him, start pulling it back a bit, but at the same time he's your boss.
You have a vision in your mind.
And like I said before, at the end of the day, we're here for Chris. We're not here for Jared. Jared is great, but the reason we back this project is like Wing Commander and Freelancer and stuff like that, right?
10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, coming to this discussion that they kind of gave us, I'm gonna be honest, I'm doing more watching than listening, and I'm just like, where is the stuff for me to watch? Because I'm old and I don't want to listen.
A completely different experience in terms of a lot more.
And all I've been doing for the past 10 years is listening.
Fidelity.
A lot of it is just Chris rambling and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm sort of phasing out when he's just talking about all this sort of shit, and then when the videos come up, I then pay attention again.
Go there, do it.
Yeah.
Those things. That is.
But look, I'll probably end up going through and watching this video probably a few times after today, and there's probably nuggets of information that you could probably glean from it. So it's probably still important.
So, like I said, it's hard work. No one slacks off. We're working really hard. We all wish we were doing stuff quicker.
Everyone's just spamming BMM in the chat.
Doing it, but it's not.
I don't know why.
Sitting here.
Why are they spamming BMM?
Working really
I don't know why.
And
maybe they want to see the venue.
I look at things we have.
They'll see it in November, hopefully.
I've been told no, not November. Early to mid next year.
Yeah, it's scheduled. The work is scheduled to go into May.
Oh no, I meant the next time we'll see any update on it.
That's partly a testament to the game itself.
Not in the game. I'm expecting it to release with 4.0. With Pyro.
So even though we still have a lot of things to go, and we talked about a lot of things.
I don't think we're going to get an update when it comes to. We might get a ship update. But yeah,
something there
we'll see.
That keeps people coming back, despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to.
Because I know they're working on the crane tech right now in Squadron 42, and there's that crane in the BMM, so that's just going to move over to both of them. And then they were saying that the same crane tech, it's a remote crane tech. That's what is used as the engine to run the drone tech, and it's the groundwork for it.
It'll also probably make its way into the Kraken too.
Yes, you're gonna need that for the cargo containers.
Beyond what we already have here, it's a good time to be making.
It is a lot of fun. It's I think video games, strangely, video games get this reputation.
I'll tell you what, the other gaming companies must be looking at this and thinking, "Holy fuck, we are getting Left 4 Dead."
Games are fun. They're creative. They're
holy F, we are getting what?
They're collaborative. They're
Left
definitely
4 Dead.
And there's nothing.
I don't know what
no other.
Left 4 Dead, you just look at the AI tech, right? Compare that to COD or Battlefield or whatever. And don't get me wrong, COD or Battlefield is fine.
Pyro's.
But like, it is nothing compared to the AI tech they've got for this.
So the only one
Yeah,
thing
the
I will
AI
say
tech
is
and
that
like on
even though we are
everything else is
focused
like
on
super.
Squadron 42, we still read all of
This is like Red Dead Redemption 2 level of
online, the
like
comments or Reddit. So a lot of that feedback
fidelity.
that's come to the game over the years, you know, we've taken that on board, and we're starting to execute on that.
I would say probably even higher than Red Dead, actually. Like them searching and looking in like hiding places and stuff. Like even Red Dead, I don't think has done that full extent, does it?
And I think the biggest takeaway for me,
To some extent,
when we start to look at all these features, is that
I mean, will my spacesuit rise and fall depending on the temperature in a certain region?
that we're starting to put that game together, and we can sit down and play it. And while Star Citizen, you know, there already is a game there, this is about, you know, making what's there even better, and making sure that all the things that
As my character runs around more and works out, will they become more refined? Will I get my toned six-pack abs?
removing the friction. And so, and then about
Well, they said about
new features on top.
they said about slots and
I think it's
you know.
in the next few years it's going to be really exciting.
I think it was a tongue-in-cheek joke, but it's probably legit.
And I think some of the
I mean, if they're doing this ill,
real game
it'd be cool if you can get fat or ripped or whatever, you know.
Like if you're just like a cargo hauler that just drinks beers the whole time and just goes from place to place.
Whammer burgers.
You know, I think
yeah.
if you're a developer, it's
just the space trucker.
Because you've got to make sure that your game is.
I'm the Han Solo that's never talked about.
Then you've done it right.
Well, the big problem with that, right, is at the end of the day, is if you go making characters get too fat, it starts fucking up with ship matrix and metrics.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you see here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the Moby-Glass, rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation with visuals and a more in-depth discussion of how that'll work and how you'll interact with that and stuff as we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay, but everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It'll be fine. So yeah, so thank you, Chris. Thank you, Rich, for taking the time to talk a little
Escape
bit of
from
Squadron
Citizen.
42 with
Star
us and how it will
Tarkov.
affect the PU. We are just about to wrap
I
up
must
our
admit, it
entire
was good that Chris was there this year. I like that.
Before we do, I want to throw it back to a video that we opened today's show.
It's nice to see him.
It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time, and when we come back, we'll put this whole baby to bed. So take a look.
Tell you what my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us. It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
They're right there with us throughout the whole process. It's unlike anything that I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the Citizencon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they put into, like, their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or...
Machinimas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do, it's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team. That's why I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community run events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like it when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up.
I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what.
Did they really say they appreciate people calling them out when
the most rewarding
objectives?
thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone, we're making it with the community.
Some of them do it. I had to laugh when she said about the dates though. That was funny.
I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible
The
for me
the
to
fact
narrow
is
down
that
to
she's
one.
been caught in the
If
past,
somebody said you had
like
to,
mixing dates up and
I'd
stuff,
probably
and
just turn and walk away.
and not keeping continuity, and she's literally had to admit
And
that,
the community is at the heart of everything that Star Citizen is. So we've got one final addition before we wrap this up. The Community Hub was first introduced way back when, in 2015, 2016. I thought I had it, but I'm realizing I don't remember. It's needed some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time. And finally, we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0. So I'll throw it to Tyler.
No, I guess
and
we're
our
not
friends at
getting the
Turbulent to
Squadron
tell you more.
42 video.
Are they showing us Orcs 2.0?
A Community Hub 2.0.
Isn't that just Spectrum?
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand, to a full-size replica sandcastle of a 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So, we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub, and we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform that will make both sharing and browsing content easier than ever before.
To build this community hub, we really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people who play Star Citizen and make posts in the community hub. So it's a very good place to engage with others.
We want the community of Star Citizen to have this space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each others.
Now, I know I'm a little biased, but for these reasons and for many others, I believe that the Star Citizen community is the best and the most creative community in all of gaming. In fact, if you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead. By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat like
I still
crazy
wouldn't know.
right now. Thank you. Don't let me down.
When creating a new post, you'll be able to choose between
Oh,
three
just
post
spamming
options.
07.
So that would be an audio, a video, and an image type of post. Inside of them, you'll be able to obviously put a title and description in there, but also to pick and choose from a variety of different categories your post relates to. And that comes and play into the Discover page.
On the Discover page, you can browse over all the content. You can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see only videos that are about cosplay, I can now filter that and find only videos about cosplay. And I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the Community Hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people on the new Community Hub. You have a live stream section, which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now. You have a tutorial section also on the front page, and there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship. Personally, for me, I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people that I otherwise never would have met outside of this community. And many of those connections I know I will cherish and carry with me for the rest of my life. And I'm confident that many of you have similar stories, which is exactly why it was vital to us to find better ways to keep you all connected with one another.
The Community Hub is a place of creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
The team has put a lot of work in it. We're working on it since quite a long time. We really put a lot of love and care in this, and we really hope the community will enjoy as much as us.
So you can head over to our website, dive in, check out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay, it's part of the process. And as always, we want to hear your thoughts, so make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think. And this is just the beginning. We've got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide notifications, a massive shared content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events and community-created and organized events, and so much more. And the best part about the new Community Hub? It's live right now.
And if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now. Or now. I don't know what time my watch is saying. It says it's like 12:30 in the morning. One last thing before we let you go, because we got more endings than a Lord of the Rings movie. Atmo Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event, the new Babbage Bash, or the Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's throw it to Atmo.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Daymar Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go.
So wait, Star Citizen is going freaking esports now?
I think they're a third party.
Volunteers create events within massive
This has existed like on its own for quite some time.
Community gamers to supply supporting roles such as camera crew, shoutcasters, event organizers, and so much more. Our team is a group of passionate professionals from all over the world, all with gaming in their veins. We operate purely online, and everything we do is created collaboratively.
It's gonna change the way we play the game.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And well, that's it. Another
Do you reckon they're going to show the video right as they're ending?
No. Our new home for our evergreen recurring weekly video content for the foreseeable
Highly
future.
doubt that they are.
Hope you enjoyed it. There's a ton of information that I'm sure is going to feed our content creators in the community for months and months to come. But the last word on things shouldn't come from me. Let's throw it over to the peanut gallery, to our esteemed group of guests and visitors. Chris, hold on, let me get in here. There we go.
Get in here, get in here.
Hey, what do you want to say?
I think I've said quite a lot already. I don't really need to see that much more.
You can do like 15 minutes more.
Well, let me start with back in 2012. All I'm going to say is that we wouldn't be here without all of you out there that have supported us over
There is one person we did not hear from this year.
and the world and the universe that we're doing. I know everyone
Who's that?
meets everyone from the community out here.
Oh, it's heading up Quantum.
The sense of support and love that everyone puts in from your side.
Tony Z also.
Side into the project. So
Yeah.
I really appreciate that.
That's what I was talking about, Tony Z.
This year's Citizencon didn't quite have the big flashy demos that we've had in the past, but that's mostly because we've got a huge amount of people heads down working on getting Persistent and streaming out, and 318, which hopefully we're going to go to Evocati this coming week, right, Aaron, we think, maybe?
We're absolutely working
Yep. All right, so we'll see Guillaume over here. He's not Mike, so he can't really say much, but he's our Director of Development on Star Citizen Live. So we're working hard on that for this year, and that's going to be a massive patch with a lot of really cool features and gameplay in it. And of course, we're working very hard on Squadron 2. It's been a great time. It's been an amazing ride so far. I'm looking forward to the future.
Oh, Jared.
So you did get someone to be twinsies with you.
Yes.
There you go. And thank you very much. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday, the community.
Happy birthday,
Happy birthday.
Star Citizen.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Let's throw it to Atmo. Bye, everybody.
Goodbye. See you next year.
Bye, everyone.
Cheers.
Oh, there she be.
Well, disappointed. See you guys next year.
See you guys next year for the hope of another Squadron 42 video. That's probably not going to happen.
So to answer John's question, no, I don't think that's promotion for Squadron 42, because if it was, they would have showed the video. So before we all leave, you guys want to sort of, while we're still streaming, do you guys want to talk about like what you liked and what you didn't like about Citizencon? Just do like a 5-minute quick wrap up with each. Fez, you want to start?
Well, I enjoyed the reveal of the Crusaders' spirits. They do look pretty nice. I enjoyed the walkthrough of the Pyro to the planets, and the reveal of Ruin Station. That was also pretty nice.
And you got to see your Idris. At least the
Yes,
map of it.
I got to see the map of the Idris, which I'm sure somewheres out there someone is making a GIF of it right now, and I will be downloading it and saving it and replaying it every single day until the Idris comes out.
And playing with yourself over it. What about you, Hitman? What did? Oh, hang on, Fez, before you go. Things you didn't like? Anything you thought was missing, or besides this 10-minute video?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're missing the obvious game of a play from Squadron 42, or anything with a visual from Squadron 42. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I like it when the Crusader talks, but when he talks, it just keeps going and going and going.
Atmo Esports operates
really
a little
not
differently.
surprised though.
But yeah,
born from emergent community
lack
events
of
like the Demo
Squadron
Rally,
42
the natural progression was to create
Alright,
esports
what about you,
events
Hitman?
within an emergent environment and provide
And what
tournaments
about
for
you,
esports
Hitman?
teams in a unique way.
Like, didn't like?
All right, here we go.
Stuff I liked. Underground facilities are looking good. Hope we get those 4.0. If not, when 4.0 launches later on. Pyro's coming along nicely. All of the moons look well. They all seem to have their own personality. And it's nice now when they're flying by the planets, it's not just like a blob of gray or red or something, but there's going to be more to it for you to look at. Scanning looks like it's improving. Being able to pick up signatures and then quantum boost to those is nice.
It's going to change the way we play the game.
I like the master modes, but I want to play with it in game to know exactly how it works.
4, 3, 2.
And the power management was really cool to finally see.
Yeah.
It was nice that what they showed us, I think it was 3 years ago on the Hammerhead, they had laid this out and said they were replacing the pipe system. And it's nice that they kept with the same thing and they didn't just trash that and then rebuild off it, but they stuck with what they were working with and worked forward.
What about things you didn't like?
I'm sorry, come again?
What? Sorry, what things you didn't like?
Things I didn't like. There was more telling than showing. And I wish there was more showing than telling. And while this, I get like, typically this is in person and it's on a stage and it's meant to be interactive with a crowd. I felt like because it was being streamed, it would have been far easier to show than tell, rather than tell in some. And it would have helped a lot of people see more of the game being built than instead of these are basic things that should have been done 4 years ago, but we're just seeing it now.
Yeah, to be honest, Chris is very much the ask him a question and let him rattle off for 10 minutes. They probably could have cut that last segment down if he sort of reined it in a little bit, but it's not like Chris is not unusual to sort of just start blubbering. What about you, John? Like, didn't like?
So I really liked what we saw at Pyro. I can't wait to get for us to get our hands on that system. That's gonna be that is going to be a blast. Finally being able to get our hands on it and go through and screw around. And I'm also really excited for the new Crusader ship, because I do feel like we should probably have a bit more in the way of ships of that size range.
Yeah.
Just because that's what people are going to be flying, you know? Most people are not going to be flying, sorry Fez, but people aren't going to be flying fucking Idrises and, you know, the other big stuff around. It's going to be stuff like the Spirit.
Frickin'
and the Freelancer and the... But, yeah, no, I'm hoping with the E1 variant, we'll have the passenger game loop in relatively soon, you know, in a early 4-point-something patch, you know. So that's coming to mind right now. I will say I'm not sure about the new way that the travel system's gonna work. I'm just worried that if they shake it up. Like, it's fine for them to say, oh, you know, we're doing this in our builds and stuff, but it's just like once you get it out into the player base, it's just like I don't think CIG has many griefers in their internal stuff, which is at the end of the day, that's kind of what I'm concerned about. Is just the potential of this being used to grief and all that.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it working and have a play with it and see how I feel with it.
Yeah, I'm a little I'm reluctant to criticize it too much because we've only seen a very limited. We haven't seen much of it, so I want to give it a chance and see how well that works out, or if it doesn't, you know.
I was a little bit disappointed that we didn't get to see more about the ships.
The
new Crusader ship is amazing, but I would have liked to have also found out about the BMM or the Hull C, the Hull D, the Hull E even. You know, like there's a whole bunch of ships that were waiting to come out.
Yeah, because isn't the interior for the Hull C done?
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be kind of nice if they gave us like a walk around of it. I also really liked seeing the Corsair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I must admit, I underestimated that.
I've been telling you guys.
I know. He has, chat. He has been telling us. He's been going on about how cool the Corsair is going to be. I was like, yeah.
Oh, you know, the thing that drew me to it was when I saw the pictures of like the elevator coming up into it, and it's a bit closer to everything. Because like, the thing that bugs the shit out of me about the Star Runner is just how you gotta run through the entire fucking ship.
They are going to have to do a rework on the Star Runner.
Yeah.
All ships are going to get a rework because the way the boarding is working is that the driller is actually going to attach to the hatch, and then they're going to blow the hatch and they're going to start boarding. The problem with the with the Star Runner, the MSR, is that there's no hatch for it to attach to.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and it'll be, and if they do like a front entrance to the ship, close to the bridge, I'm gonna be curious to see how they do that, because part of me almost hopes they do like a ramp up in the front.
I don't think it's going to be a ramp. I think it's going to be a hatch. I think it's going to be a docking port.
Yeah, a hatch or an elevator.
Well, it won't be an elevator. It needs to be a hatch.
Yeah.
Because that's the way the way that the boarding is going to work.
Yeah. It'd be cool with the hatches if like anything on the bottom side has like a bladder on the inside that'll extend down.
Maybe. I'd imagine it's just going to be more of a hatch. I imagine it'll be in that area where there's that hallway.
Yeah, no, but yeah, you're right about the boarding and stuff. Something I'm gonna be kind of curious is like with like once we start seeing a lot more of this salvage, like I'm gonna be curious if you're gonna be able to cut away sections of the hull and use that to access interiors.
Well, that's one thing. Sorry, I was going to say that's one thing that they didn't really show. So they talked about pressurization, and opening doors depressurizes the cargo bay. But what about hull breach?
Yeah.
My understanding is that if you cut bullet holes, the biggest thing with salvage and like FPS repair is that it's going to allow you to go through and fix those hull breaches. Now, not tier 1, but eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, because it'll be interesting. Cause like I'm sure you'll have situations where, like, certain decks will lose will lose power, and then like or like there's enough of a loss of power in ships to where it's like, okay, the elevator's no longer functioning. We don't really have an efficient way to get to this area.
Yeah.
So what's our option? Cut through the fucking bulkhead.
Yeah.
Or cut through the exterior to get in there.
Yeah. Could do that.
Or even to salvage a component, like let's say a component is too big to get out of the available exits. Cut a hole in the hull. Especially if it's a ship that's that you're salvaging because it's all fucked up. Just cut a hole in it and just pull it.
Yeah. It'd be interesting. I was a little bit disappointed we didn't see the star map. I would have liked to have seen the 10-minute video.
Yeah, I have a feeling we'll be seeing that soon, though.
Yeah. But apart from that, it was good to hear from Chris. I was a little bit disappointed last year with not hearing from him. So.
Yeah. Well, the thing is at the end of the day, it's just like how could he not show up for the 10th anniversary?
Yeah.
And I'm a little surprised we heard as much from him as we did.
Yeah. Anyway.
Because we heard I want to say almost at least a third of it was Chris talking.
Oh yeah, but he rambles.
Yeah, but still, Yeah. And we did get a pretty good amount of stuff on Squadron 42, so I'll shut up about that for a little while.
Yeah, I want to go through and rewatch that.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I think there's a little bit more information there than we think there was. Alright. Guys, obviously for the people watching the stream, we will raid somebody. But apart from that, thank you very much everybody who joined. But... let's go and raid Vertigo. By the way, guys, I do want to make a video probably tomorrow where we talk about the masks and my thoughts on it, and yeah, see what you guys think.
All right, yeah. What time are you thinking?
I don't know, man. My sleeping pattern's all over the fucking shop.
Alright, well, just DM me whenever.
Alright, let's do the raid, guys. Apart from that, everybody, thank you for joining us. And thank you for keeping us company for the 3/4 hour chat.
Almost 6 hours, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, 5 hours, 43 minutes.
Goddamn.
A lot of that was Chris.
Yeah, I was a little worried when they were blowing through everything else. Like, shit, is this only gonna be like 3-4 hours for Citizencon? But no.
I was a little bit concerned.
Yeah,
all right,
I was too.
let's do the raid so I can go to bed. Have a good night, everybody.
All right.
Thank you for everybody.
Good night.
Good night.